This is me, developer Ezra, and I'm late. Well, I'm not late. I'm actually early. I meant to say I'm early, but I said I'm late instead. And have I recovered from my sickness? The answer is no. I still feel a little groggy. I'm very sleepy, but at least we're going to try to lock in as we do. We'll see. Going to make our announcements today. And we're going to get started with our updates. Well, not updates, but actual stream and development and all that stuff. Still, please forgive me if I'm a little slow to talk. It's taking a lot of effort to make my brain do the talking. The words are escaping me right now. Ugh, I'm so ready to be done with this sickness. But alas, here we are. Okay. I think we're already here. So we're just gonna do this as we do. All right, I'm gonna lower the music in my ear. Where is it? It's right here. Hello, Sticky. Sticky Man. Hello, welcome. I hope you're having a good day. I'm trying to have a good day here. We're gonna get there, I'm sure. Let's see where we're at here. Okay, we have this. Oh, that's right. We had the intention. This is going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt because I decided that I might want to change how the actions are prescribed for these enemy AI. But we'll see. Sticky says, doing okay, trying to learn how in the Matrix works. Oh. Matrix. Are you talking about it mathematically? Like the matrix multiplication and rotations and stuff like that? There are a lot of good tutorials out there. Also, if you're at school, eventually you'll learn those. Let's do this chill, I think. I'm going to try to do some visual updates here to get myself a little bit more motivated here. No, Matrix the comms protocol. There's a comms protocol called Matrix. Let me see. Matrix protocol. M for short is an open standard and communication protocol for real-time communication. Oh, interesting. Wow. It's not even new. 2018. I mean, I guess in comparison to everything, that's fairly new, but it's been around. What are you using it for? Okay. Let's see. I suppose I'm going to make the ground. Put this. I guess those tiles should be closer to each other. First of all. So the board. Oh, I'm so dizzy. So sick still. I'm such a sick person right now. Sega says, I mean, Twitch check got that IRC blood in it. I am planning on ditching Discord in 3 weeks' time and just checking on what's out there. I see. Yeah, the recent news of Discord is a little bit unfortunate. I'm not really sure where everybody will go. As a streamer and content maker, it's really hard task to relocate everyone to something different that is not guaranteed to be solid. So it's a bit of a hassle. So we'll see what I do. I haven't had a thought yet, though. It's not a fun situation, unfortunately. This is why we always come up with open source solutions, I guess. But yeah, Stiga says, listen, we're all going back to AOL. Oh, really? There's no group board, though, right? All right, so the gap. Oh, okay. So what if I gap it to be half of 128? So like 64. Will that work? Hi, Howling Fantodos. Howling Fan Tods, I think, if I remember correctly. I don't know. Okay, seems like it's kind of working. The gaps are not very clear, though, still. Like, yeah, it's overlapping like that. Let's see. Increase it by 8, maybe? Tricky Lady, hey, long time no see, Tricky Lady. Welcome. Ads starting in 30 seconds here. I'll snooze it for a little bit. Wait for people to join in. Okay, it needs to be bigger gap. Even more gap. Sticky says yes. AOL has still to this day email services and stuff. They report 1 million monthly users. I mean, I guess it's all those people that received the free AOL copies. I wonder how they make money now. The gap doesn't make quite sense. Not me just like increasing the gap one by one until it looks okay. Tricky says, yeah, I was doing a game jam. You okay? The haircut is too short, in my opinion. It is too short. Hey, you know what? I did what I could, you know, given the resources I have. Don't make me feel worse about it. I'm a little sick right now. I'm a little sick. Well, I'm not currently sick, but I am trying to recover from sickness at this point. Okay, it's kind of working. This gap is still a little bit too close to each other. Oh, I know why. Because I'm doing the scaling. I need to probably update that. This is going to be bad, but all right, this feels a little bit more reasonable gap. It still seems like there's the gap doesn't seem like, yeah, I'd say that's probably like -4, -2 maybe. Try to make it so that the gaps are tight. I could do it mathematically, but I'm like, whatever, I'll figure it out. Wow, what a strange situation that is. Okay, well, that's apparently this is the perfect gap for whatever reason. 32 -1. I'm sure there's mathematical reason for this, but that is, I'll just do 32 times 3 minus 1 here for now. And I'll figure that out later. Devi says, I finally redeemed the first after all the time. Yay, you got your first. Let's see. Yeah, you do have your first. You're a little strongberry. The squatberry, aka. Welcome, everyone. We're trying to figure it out. Okay. I don't know. As I said, I'm trying to figure out my tempo right now of the stream and work. As you can tell, I'm still a little under the weather type of situation. Everybody on my city is celebrating the win, the Super Bowl win, for those of you who play American ball. Our state team has won the big game, aka Super Bowl, and they're doing parades today. A Falsefi Adami says, hi everyone. Hi Ezra. Hi. Hi. Sorry for my low energy. This is just how it's going to be. Sticky says, I still got few CDs laying around. I am going to get my money worth. That's AOL. That's how AOL sees it. Yeah, exactly. Tricky says, it'll grow back. No worries. Yeah, I know it'll grow back. I'm not too worried. It's not as youthful, but it's kind of clean. I'm sure it'll clean up. Tricky says, what are you, like 35? Yeah, in Asian years, that's like 17. Alopecia. Still a long time away. Alopecia. What is that? Why does that sound familiar? Hair loss. Oh. Well, it depends. It really depends on the genetics, I think. Some Asian people still go bald early. Like, not super early, but, you know, it really depends on if I have the genes. I forgot if that's like color blindness, if it's like your mom's grandpa side. Like my father's side, my grandfather is like 80 something and still has full head of hair. So, oh, here comes the ads. I'll see you in a bit. Well, when it comes, I guess. Let's see. Before I update the character sprite, I want to kind of clean up this background a little bit. What I want to do is I want to replicate this tile and actually have it, but then be like the grayscaled version of it. Like it's dropped back a little bit. So that will look, I guess I could just draw a tile map here instead. I don't know if that's actually going to work or not, but the bore map versus the tile map. We have the tile map layer here. It's going to be background tile. And I'll put it under this. I don't know if it's going to be different one, but we'll see. We'll use the grass tile here. New tile set. Just going to use the grass tile here. Nothing fancy. It's just going to be the whole thing. Like so. There you go. And no collision needed. I might do, let's see. What I might do though is I might put a little bit of like coloring on it and also scale this up so it fits better. And then select and draw. See how that looks. Boop, 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 like so. And if I restart, Falsefi says, I'm trying to create my own C++ physics engine and a project to make video and stream on it yet I try to develop more and more skills. I still consider myself like a beginner. I think we're all beginners on this blessed day. Oh, interesting. Like I might want this one level higher. Or I guess I could just move this whole thing. What if I do it like that? I just want it to be like slightly fallen behind. There you go. That's okay, I think. And then move the whole tree sets a little down like that. And then I'm going to tint. I think I'm going to tint this with some visibility like so. Yeah, even darker maybe. Maybe we'll do a colored, something colorful. So we'll make it fall into maybe cooler colors. So like more environmental color like that. Desaturated blue. Like so. Yeah, that doesn't look half bad, right? So I'm going to use that, and I'm probably going to color out some of the darker colors as well. Or go to our combat under UI board tile. Grass tile. Okay, so we're going to create another one that is like a grass tile. I'm just going to use the fantasy palette here. Falsefi says, do you have any recommendation like how to start stream? You mean like not technically, I'm guessing. You mean like techniques to get views? I actually wish I knew. If I knew how to start stream in a way that like guarantees getting views, I would be like, "Oh, yeah, that's what I'm going to do." But Honestly, I think the biggest lesson right now that everybody talks about is just starting and being consistent. Something that I do notice is that if I go off schedule or if I take too much break, at least in the streaming world, um, things are pretty brutal, it seems. So don't do that. That's the I think extent of the lessons I have learned. That would be my tip, so to speak. All right. Then I'll draw this now. Hey, Mikori. Mikori says, trees. Yes, trees here right now. Trees here later. I want to see what that looks like. Oh my gosh, there's so many tabs open. I can't really tell what's going on. Devi says, not for me, huh? I don't know what that means. Are we talking about going bald? Uh, anyways, Falsefi, get your OBS and set up your account and just start streaming. Though I would say I'm pretty sure the mic quality is the most important of all the gears. Sound quality, then video quality. I think, and then the fancy setup, which I don't have this fancy setup anyways. I don't think people quite care about the video quality as much as sound quality. People don't mind watching bad videos, but people can't stand bad sound, I think. So at least have some sort of dedicated mic. Brosferatus Brosferatus says, yeah, 100%. Yeah. McQuarrie says, this looks cool. Gives me a horror 2D side scroller. It can be. Right now it's trying to be a more of a fantasy related stuff, but I mean, there could be a horror element. All right. Yeah, I know my characters look kind of crappy right now, but that's not the point. I'm just trying to create a vibe here. I also want to make sure that the tiles are divided pretty clearly here when I hover over the tile. So I guess interesting. I changed the gap and it seems like it's kind of working in a weird way. Like I can't move forward. It thinks I'm clicking an area that I shouldn't be clicking. That's not ideal. Also, some other stuff is happening here. I think I messed up some of the potentially some of the gap information here. Start enemy actions. Oh, I didn't finish this, I guess. Enemy info here is saying that the AI executor is not assigned. So I'm going to have to give that assign AI executor. And I was in the middle of making this change, which I guess is broken here. Devi also says 100%. Tricky says, nah, it passes along directly and currently a 60% chance worldwide. So there's more men having male pattern baldness than men who don't. Yeah. It's like one of those like generation where if you let the simulation run long enough, you will eventually have more people bald than not. Is that what you're saying? Huh. Seems like it doesn't let me move forward up to here. I don't know why it thinks it's not allowed. Even though it highlights it. A bug. Also, I'm not going to worry about drawing this boundary clean yet. I'll just let it be. Maybe I can make the ground pop up more. I don't know. I feel a little bit conflicted about making the graphics, like cleaning up the graphics this early on, because it's like I'm probably going to change a lot of it eventually, so it feels a little silly to do all that. But alas, people feel differently. Devi says, if this is a simulation, it sucks and I want to redo. If this life is a simulation, yeah, exactly. All right. Seems like the indicator is working pretty well right now. But this movement thing is a bit of a problem. I'll take a look here. We're just vibing out here. Nothing serious. I do feel like there needs to be a tile indicator, don't you? I think so. And I'm thinking the tile indicator would look something like, it's going to be like a high res. So like 96 by 96. And it's going to, gosh, I hate this thing. Fantasy. Maybe it'll have something like this, where you have like indicator line straight, but then you have this gradient, which maybe this is not the best tool for it. Okay, maybe it is. Okay, and then we're gonna go, this will be 0 opacity, so we have something like that. And then suppose, I don't know if I should draw a hard line or not. Would that be a clear indicator? I feel like it's more like a selection indicator, right? Yeah. Anyways, not important at the moment. I'm not going to worry about this just yet. I've been too distracted by my own art. Hey, Cadastro says, wow, you're sick. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. I'm going to assume that you meant like, oh, dude, you're sick. No, I am sick. I'm still sick. I'm still feeling a little under the weather. I was saying that earlier. But despite all that, I'm really hoping that I won't get my internet DC today. I lowered a bit rate in hopes that that will help with the whole dual stream crash situation. I am very lost mentally right now. I don't know exactly what I'm doing. Uh, so this is going to be a struggle, a bit of a struggle here. Let's see. Okay, yeah. I wanted to debug this. When we're clicking on the tile, we have on tile selected. I'm sure this gets emitted, right? We go like this, and then we, oh, interesting. There must be some sort of overlaying, something that's blocking it, blocking that view. Catastro says, no, I mean, you were still sick from last time. Yeah, I know. I know. Catastro says, didn't realize it's that bad. It is that bad. I don't skip content lightly. Davey says, we're vibing with your sniffles. Am I sniffling? I guess I am. Gee. Now you brought attention to it. I have to be like, oh, thanks for the hydrate. Oh, that's funny. Just as Mikori hydrated me, and then the water bottle gets thrown, I ducked. It looked like I was trying to dodge it. Thanks for the hydrate. Okay, so tile selected is not even triggering, and that's probably because there is some other UI elements on top of it that was blocking it. And I'm wondering what's there. So let's take a look at what is right here on the remote version of the game. Can I do it like that? Yeah. Hold on. Can I? I want to pop it in to the thing. How do I dock it? Can I dock it into the? Hold on. 2D. Start. No. I feel like there is an option to dock it. Show list of selectable nodes. I don't know what that means. Oh, I can click. Okay. Great. Hold on. Oh, wait, I can select the elements. Ooh, there's something here. Okay. Wait, hold on. I want to go back to game mode. How do I oh, there it is. I see. So I can toggle between these things. Well, now I know. So over here, if I go to the and I can click. Oh, I see. These labels are way too big and it's blocking this tile, I think. I see. Okay, so the icons are not good. We're gonna make it so that the enemy character yeah. Scene. Make sure that its control elements should ignore. I think for now it should ignore all mouse inputs. Until I give it purpose. Okay. Hopefully that's what that was. Hey LJ, what's up? LJ's asking, yo, what you working on? Working on our little game here. Okay, that's good. Our little rogue fantasy. That's the tentative name, but basically the intention is Baldur's Gate 3 item build, class build, combat, plus Slay the Spire like progression. And being sick. Brains Up says, hello, handsome. Oh, hi. Hello. I'm sorry. Ugh, is my hair too short, guys? Do I not look as hip and young anymore? Do I have to fix this? Here. I kind of look like... don't tell me. It's okay. We're going to move on. Catastro says, containers block mouse input. Yes, it does. Containers and all controls do. That's why I had to disable the mouse block. I just needed to... I just wasn't sure which container was on top of that tile to block the input. Anyways, we fixed that. That's not a problem. Oh my goodness. I suppose I want to make all the character sprites consistent where the feet are, so that I'm not having to work with this ugly looking characters for all of these. I kind of am tempted to. So you know how I have this thing where the enemy sprites, well, the enemy informations are defined on as a resource with the sprite information here. Well, the thing is, I don't know, some of the sizing will be different and stuff like that. So I'm kind of thinking instead of having some of these elements be just strictly be described as a resource, I feel like each enemy should also be described as a node. I don't know. That's something that I'm thinking about. That I always kind of go back and forth when it comes to representing data as a customized data as a node versus implementation of a node versus a resource. And there's pros and cons, and in games, in products like services and configurations, it makes sense a lot of these things would be data only. But in games, because a lot of things are so visually dependent and positionally sensitive and varied, that I almost feel like it's more convenient to keep it as node. LJ says, had so much fun with Baldur's Gate 3 builds. Are you doing stuff straight from 5e or some homebrew? It's going to be mostly homebrew. I mean, 5e is actually pretty... I honestly have issues with 5e in general. But, I like invoking the feeling of the whole AC versus rolling a dice to hit And some of the builds, like even Baldur's Gate 3 was a homebrew of a 5e, right? So I'm trying to get that feeling on there. But I guess the story is that I've been playing a lot of honor mode, but then I keep trying over and over again, trying different builds. And I'm like, okay, the story part is no longer relevant to me because I've done it so much. And I just care about trying different builds. And then like you're going different places to get those items. And all I care about is like testing it out in combat and situations. So I was like, you know what if we make a little roguelike game where that's all that is? So that's where we're at. Nightbest says haircuts take a couple days to look natural. It does. Also, I haven't done any perm this time around, so I'm looking pretty raw here, pretty chopped, as kids say these days. Zuzu on Twitch, says your hair is so hip. I cannot even. Thanks. I'm gonna try to grow out mustache. I don't even know if I can. Is that gonna be weird when you guys see me with mustache? Catastro says we'll send a screenshot on Discord. Huh? What are you sending? Let's see. Oh, I see. Embed game on this. Okay, thank you for letting me know, Catastro. That's helpful. Mykar says, have you done much networking in Godot? Anyways, I have actually. For us, at least in Seattle, we have something called Seattle Indies. It's like a little, I guess, hobbyist group, but it's pretty big. And then they have different locations in Seattle that meet like once a month. And they also have this like specialty sections. And then they have a Godot specific channel, which is, these are like actually pretty active if you look at it. And people are asking, showing, sharing all the time. And because we do like a monthly meeting every now and then, if I want to network, I do go out there. So that's one thing. I've also gone to GodotCon, interacted with a lot of the Godot developers and streamers. That's where I got to find out and made friends with like people like Bedcop. I forgot their name. There are a lot of people there. I remember. I mean, if I see them, I'll remember the name, but I just can't recall the name itself. But yeah. Oh, LJ says, I think they mean netcode. Oh, was there netcode, not network? Maybe I misread it. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm still sick. My car says, have you done much networking? Yeah, networking. You mean networking coding? No, I haven't. There's a whole section. Have you read the documentation yet? So because so many people were asking about it, the network coding in Godot, like network game, multiplayer game in Godot, is in my to-do list for studying. I mean, there seems like there's a lot being shared in the documentation itself. So I would say, because that's what I will do. First of all, I'm going to try to digest everything that's in here first, and then look at what the forums and communities are saying, like the best practices there. Because, you know, sometimes Godot documents are like, oh, this is intended way, but then in practice, it's not really good. Kind of like animation tree. Animation trees are nice, but like it's not as nice as like what the Godot first made it for. Hey, Rafa says, grow a bushy beard, please. I don't think I can do that. Like, I don't know if I'm physically able, but I'll try. It's going to look very messy for a bit, guys. My video is going to get 0 views because people will be like, oh my God, look at this homeless man or something. I don't want to learn how to do game dev from him. Nothing wrong with homeless people. I'm saying that's the community's look towards me, I'm sure. Devi says, I feel like I gave you my taxes. I would get $1 billion back. That's my... Wow. Okay, Naipa says, we must test you many questions when it grows out. Exactly. I love that little pun there. Debbie says, are you proud of yourself for that pun, Nightbet? Because I am. Mike R says, all good. Didn't realize you were Seattle based. I used to spend a couple of weeks there every few months for a while. Oh, I see. Well, if you knew before while, you know, I was still streaming, maybe we could have hung out. Susan says, Blood called me homeless. Oh my goodness. It's okay. Test Unga says, is it possible to develop an easy 2D game with no experience in game dev? And how long will it take time? A business game. A business game? Like simulation game? It really depends. Yes, it is possible to make games without any coding knowledge. But if you want to make it any more meaningful, I do think that you'd want to at least learn a little bit of coding. But it's possible to do it without coding. Like, I mean, technically speaking, you could make a interactive story or interactive fiction type of game with HTML, and you don't even need to know a lot. It'll just not be implemented well, like technically well, because, you know, what's stopping you from like handwriting every branch of combination with hyperlinks and different pages? No program required there, just a lot of work. So Devi says, lol, sub time. Who needs the subs? I don't think we have gained enough new people where you haven't already given subs in a while. But you can see it in the name. I think all the sub people on the chat has like sub markers on it. But yeah, thanks, Devi, for suggesting. Devi is opening up gifted sub options. So if you are here for a while and never had gift sub before and you would like it, raise your hand, I suppose. I also set up a donation link now. I think it donates directly to something. I don't know. I don't even know if it works. Actually, never tested it. But it's something. It's supposed to do like TTL and stuff, but or TT text to left, text to speech. Oh my god. Was that as loud to everyone as it was to my Thanks, Devi, for sub on Zuzu. Okay. Okay, no more distraction here. I was in the middle of something. Oh, I want to make the melee attack of the enemy actually do melee attack now. And that's where I was like, oh my gosh, I need to change the way it's configured. But maybe not. Let's see. So what I'm going to do here, I mean, it's already marking where it's going to attack. So on enemy execution, I have to think about this. Do I make it so that the turn order is like decided by a dice roll? Or turn order is always player first, then the enemy? And then when it's enemy's turn, who goes first? I think that's probably more important, like who goes first between the enemies. And that won't be random. That's probably by their order, the configured order for now. So I'll do that. Zuzu says, I'm on my way to 50 subs currently at 30 or 31. Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's entirely your sub right now. It says 30 out of 50. I appreciate the gifted sub, Debbie. Susan says, man, dang, all crazy sub. Sub them both channels now. Dave says, I tried to give membership on YouTube, but it was being janky. Yeah. I mean, it's also a new feature, so whatever. It's okay. Appreciate it either way. But yeah, test. It's possible. It really depends. It's a lot easier if you have guidance. I can be your guidance, but you know, who knows? Devi says, didn't want the greatness. Exactly. They weren't very great. They only want mediocre streaming service. Okay. Whew. All right. Compute AI action. We said we're showing intention. We're queuing next action. On the resolve, this is where we're at. We're going to have a start time. Okay. Oh, yes, that's right. We're saying we're only going to move forward to the next step if the AI executor says enemy action sequence is done. And we started the enemy action sequence this way over here. And we're going through each of the enemy, getting the current move, and we have to do something with it now. Okay. And then I think this was a question right here, where current move is just simply this AI move component, which is just configuration. It doesn't really do anything. I need to somehow make it do things, different animations and whatnot. So I think we're going to try to make that part right now. All right. So AI executioner probably should have a controller, which it does. And I suppose each enemy action should be programmed somehow. I need to figure that out. And I also need effect on the tile so that it's clear. So for now, I'm not going to do anything crazy. I think I'm going to just create a simple damage animation. Like not even damage animation. I'll make a little slash animation on the tile. Because I need some ways to indicate that there's a damage that's going through. So like that, right? Then it'll go whoosh, something like that. I wonder if I need to add the sound effect at the same time or not. And then it goes something like this. Bum, bum, bum. Da, da. Just need to make it a little bit chunkier here. Hey, LJ, thanks for the resub. Thank you. Okay. I think that looks okay. Maybe a little more. Okay, and then it goes empty like that. That looks like a slash. So I'm going to call that a slash. A slash animation, which will be under action. No, it's a board state. I don't know. Because it's like an animation that plays over the board, so it could be, but it's technically an action. But this is meant for action buttons. So we'll go to board state or UI, UI, and then the board. Then we'll say board effect. Effects, effect on board. We have slash animation here. And then we'll export that as sprite sheet. There you go. And we'll we'll include that on the tile for now. I may regret doing this, but I think it's okay. Or actually, it should be over a person, right? No, it should be over a tile. Yeah. Yes. Board tile here. And then I'm going to add... Not the best way to do it. I guess I should probably make a separate resource that I load and unload instead of making sprite animation for each animation I'm going to have. But for now, this is okay. Oh, actually, you could say board effect animation, and then we can just play different one. Ooh, that's pretty succinct, elegant in some ways. It's under data. No, it wasn't data. It's combat. Combat UI board, effect on board. 32 by 32 here. Boop, boop. And then that one, we'll do it at 10 FPS. And then it's not going to be repeating single time. Like that. And of course, I did this to myself. We're going to scale it up. There you go. Perfect. Thanks for the follow, the Dev House. Welcome. Brains Up says free money, free money, free money, free money. Let's see, what do we got here? All right, I don't think I missed anything here anymore. All right, board effect animation will be on top of the board. And then I suppose we could just have this be playing things. We can set the marker of the board. We could also say func play board animation and then animation name. Technically, if I want to be errorless, meaning I don't want this to be error prone, then you would argue that you should have an enum like board effect and slash would be the thing. Play or start board effect animation. And then we'll have some sort of like match here for the effect. It'll be like, ooh, if the board effect is slash, then we shall play the board effect animation slash. And then later, let's say I change the animation name or whatever. I could still use the enum or change it over here instead of changing everywhere it uses it. So Devi says 9.5K until my goal. Wow. Long way to go. I do appreciate that your personal goal very much aligns with my goal. Coincidentally. So okay, so the board tile will have something called start board effect animation. Easy enough. That means on the combat driver and resolve AI and then the AI action sequence, we have the move. I guess I could do it. Let's see. I guess I could say action type. We could. So there's a few ways to do this. I could do one of these things where action type equals blah blah and then route it to a function. So for example here, like func handle tile attack, and then be like move, and then have AI move component. Let's say, for example, I could be like, ooh, you know, if the action type is I do believe this is a global enum. Melee attack. Then we could be like, oh, do handle attack, right? So on and so forth. That means we're going to have like elif, elif, elif. Alternatively, we could also have action router, which looks fancier. It feels more like configuration, I think, if I do it this way. But not necessarily more efficient, I think. And then basically all that does is like, oh, you know what? I'm going to say get action router call and then provide the move as parameter here. I think you can do that. I'll say this is a dictionary from global enum, action type to callable. But of course, the calling is a bit tricky. I could even do bind, current move, and then call. I really probably shouldn't do that though. Action router, we get that. Oh, it doesn't like this. They don't want it to be constant. Okay. Trouter. Action Trouter, guys. All right. And then I could go call, I think. Why won't it? Here. I mean, this is like slightly cleaner. I mean, do I want to do this in the name of cleanness, cleanliness? Like, this is like, oh, fancy. But then, like, as soon as I'm like, okay, well, like, some of the handles will require different things. Then am I going to do like, oh, if this is this move, do this instead in terms of like call parameters? I feel like I'm doubling the work. So I think I'm going to just go ahead and do a if then type of situation here. So we'll do a match on the current moves action type or conditional. For now, if the global enum is melee attack or range attack, I think. And then I think you can just do this as a default, that nothing happens here. I'll just say handle tile attack here for this one. I do want to make it so that it doesn't pass these specific component, but rather provide all the parameters that's required for attacking so that it's not resource reliant. What I mean by that is right now, this function call is strictly reliant on the shape of this and what information is stored by this. That means this function has a requirement for understanding what this is. So later, if I make a test case for the handle tile attack, for example, and I made the test that passes, and later I go, you know what? I'm going to change the AI move component or get rid of it. Now I have to come over here and fix it, which I kind of don't like. So I'm going to make it so that all the things that are required for handling tile attack is provided by the parameter here. Might be tedious, but I think it'll be for the better. Let's see. Naimop says, I finally got to catch the stream of 4-1s. How are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm still a little sick. I don't know if you've noticed on my last video. Did I say that I was sick in my last video? I can't even remember. I recorded that last night and edited that last night while being kind of like half awake. Because duty calls. But, you know how it goes. I had to do it. LJ, it says you're live right now. Are you watching me at the same time? It's funny. Maybe LJ just kind of stopped by before streaming. Anyways, so yeah, I'm a little sniffly, a little stuffy. It's hard to breathe, hard to talk, hard to think, actually, more than anything. So we're doing things slowly here. Mythical says, hey, Ezra, how goes your progress? It's going slowly but surely. We're just taking it one step at a time. There's nothing better to do anyways. So I'm just going to switch between executing the next, not executing, but completing the next task one step at a time. If I get too overwhelmed or like too much thinking is going on in my head, then I'll just switch over to doing some art instead. Okay, so handle tile attack. We said I'm going to not have it rely on this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it provide a lot of information. Tile attack comes from somebody, the subject, right? Because I want to make it so that the you know what? I think there should be a friendly fire, right? There should be, like, if I'm doing some sort of attack and I'm in that vicinity, I think I should still be impacted. So there's going to be friendly fire. So subject is not required. Well, subject is required for the stats, I suppose. So we will have attacker, which is going to be attacker information. Now, attacker information, I could make a resource of that. I wish I could just like quickly put together a interface for these like resources without having to create a whole new resource, like I can in like JavaScript or Node.js or TypeScript, instead of having to redefine it. What is attacker defined by, I suppose? I guess attacker could be enemy info here. But it's the same logic where if I change something about the enemy info, this might actually really come back to bite me. But we'll see, we'll see. Maybe not. And then target tile, which will be the index, integer index. And then it's going to have a AoE. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should have different tile text. So there's a version called Cascade and version called AoE. So handle AoE attack, which will be like, oh, there needs to be a target, and then AoE range, right? And then, of course, some damage information. We're going to have handle Cascade attack. Cascade attack is basically AoE, but then it goes forward only. It doesn't go both direction. It goes only one direction. So we'll have Cascade range as well. Honestly, that almost makes it sound like, whatever. We'll be fine. Also, damage amount is the dice as well. So damage dice, I guess. Multiple dice because each dice is a type of attack, I think. No. Ooh, okay. Oh, hold on. I'm going to have to be careful here. Because depending on how I implement this, there could be a bug of like certain effect being applied not per attack, but per attack calculation. So let me think about this a little bit. Mythical says, do you have any rough release date in mind for this game? Well, the prototype, I think I'm really hoping that it'll be done before April. Prototype meaning the first version of the game plus the graphical update. Maybe the ugly version would be like end of March. So I guess hopefully I'll have the Steam page up by end of April. I mean, that's really pushing it, but I think I can do it. And then feedback loop. Hopefully I don't start another project and then Steam Fest or Next Fest. I mean, so like it's like 6 months, I think, is about the range. So AoE attack. I suppose I'll have to be like, hey, you know what? If the current move pretty sure one of these were describing cascade effect. Let me see. Hit type. Yeah, hit type is what we're looking for here. You know what? I'm going to do it this way first. Func handle attack. Yeah. Oh, that's going to be... I almost feel like I have to have like a attack handler in a separate function or separate class, so to not overload this single function. But you know, there are worse problem than having too many functions in a single file. So for now, I'm going to not progress. Yeah. So I'll say handle attack, which will pass in the current move, which means the interpretation layer happens on this. AI move. I mean, it's so much easier to just pass this. Why did I say I didn't want to do this? It's because if I make changes here, I need to go everywhere to change it instead of just relying on converting it, right? I do need a conversion layer. I don't want to directly use any resource ever. I want to always have a layer that converts it, because if I make down the line, if I make any changes to the source or the way things work in the interpretation layer, how I interpret the source, then I don't want to have to fiddle with it too much. Right. That's what I said. All right, so handle attack AI move is going to have a hit type, right? So we'll say, hey, if the hit type is, I think global enum hit type AoE, we're going to do handle AoE attack call. Otherwise, we're going to handle cascade attack. And hopefully there will be more to come. Enemy info, that will be passed down this way. Attacker. This may change in the future. I may hate the fact that I'm doing this way right now. But alas, I have a love-hate relationship with myself, apparently. Target tile will be from the AI move. Target. Ooh, right. This is where the logic needs to happen. So the move simply decides the range of the target. Now, we know this auto aims, I think. So it's going to target the player. Right. Okay, cool. So we need the target index. Int target index will equal to something. Wait, that's not how they do it here. Can you tell that I just did a code interview in Java? Target index. Okay. So target index will be figured out somehow here, which I think I'm going to comment this out for now because I hate the fact that it's all breaking. I need some ways to calculate the target index. I think we can have one helping function that's get player index, or get closest index within range. I mean, it's closest player index. But it could be get closest index within range and have target index, which is okay. So explanation of it is, given the position of the target, get the closest available index or position within the available range. This means target, this means it will return the target index if the target is within range. Otherwise, closest available index. A little worthy, but I think that makes sense. Zeus says, I posted my update for the week. Time to go to bed now. Oh, well, thanks and congrats on posting the updates. And I'll talk to you later. I guess I'll take a look at that too. Let's see what Zuzu did. Ooh. Racing game log 3. Hold on, I feel like I hear knocking. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Let's see. Zeus says, small update showing off. I have a JSON DB working for parts. Ooh. So we got the configuration working. Sick. Ooh, I love that. You know, I really actually like making JSON configuration for things. I would have to say that the UI for Unity looks cleaner for some reason. I don't know. It's the same as Godot, but it feels cleaner. Am I dreaming? Like it feels more compact than what I'm used to. Anyways. Okay, we got the current move here. Oh yes, given the target and the range, we want to return an index. So basically, source index as well, meaning this is the player position or the attacker's position. So basically, source index plus range, target index. If target's index is math.absolute value of the difference between the source index and the target index is less than equal to the range, that means we are within range. And therefore, we'll be returning the target index directly. Good night, Zuzu. Otherwise, we're returning the closest range, which means basically, I guess, hold on, I want to know if there's a clever way to do this, because it'll have to be minus range for the source if the target index is less than the source. You know, I think I can do that. I could just go source index minus. Oh, but that's not also the case. There's also a map size issue. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm not going to worry about that right now. So source minus range, if target index is less than source index. Otherwise, it is source index plus range. Boom. Easy enough. Not too complicated. So we'll say, hey, handle attack. We're simply going to get the target index, which will be this. And we're going to provide the target index, which is player. So we're going to grab the player info. I think I can do that through a controller here, or I could just do it here up here. Our player info, controller, get, or can I get that player info directly? No, I can't. I got to get the board state. And from the board state, I'm going to get the player info here. And from the player info, I grab its position, tile position, I think. Hopefully, it'll let me do that. It's like I don't. Oh, int. Ah, I keep doing this. Player info dot position, and then the next one is enemy info dot position, and then the range target range is actually the move range. Hey, ad starting in 50 seconds here. Sorry, everyone. But if you have sub, you won't get it. And we're giving away free sub, apparently. So raise your hand if you want a sub. Let's see. I don't know if it's still open. I'm just saying, speaking out of my butt, actually. I feel so entitled. I feel like I'm an entitled Brett right now. I shouldn't really talk. I'm just going to let it be. I shouldn't advertise anything. All right. Hit range. Hit range is the target range. Yeah, there we go. Boom. And we got the target index. Handle attack requires the target attacker. Oh, I guess I should do it down here, huh? So I'll do that. We got the player info down here. And then the target index will be calculated over here. We got the player info, enemy info. So enemy info will be the attacker. Boom. Attacker's position. And then the current move is the AI move here. AI move. And then the player info is retrieved. What else are we missing here? There's already a variable named target index. Sure. We'll just set this to this, like so. There you go. Should be good. Chaz the Waz says, I just announced my Godot game. Oh, nice. Congrats. You can drop the link if you like, unless you've already done it in the Discord. We have our community section for just showcasing and stuff, so. Oh, I don't know what this is. Do I regret seeing it? No, it's a showcase of music, so I'm guessing it's going to be a good one. I won't see it until the stream is over, though, just in case. A lot of conversation happening. Okay, that's good. Well, Chaz, drop the link if you have something to share. I would love to see it. Okay. And move head type. Hit type is AoE here. Requires the target tile index. AoE range will be from the move itself. That would be damage range, I think. Is whatever I called it. I guess. Hold on. Hit range, target range. Okay. Oof. Naming convention goes all over the place. That's something I need to probably figure out. Hello, Code Wax. I'm guessing that's code. That stands for code, unless it's not. Game, demo. No, none of those. Sorry. But I can do this here. Today we're working on... I'm the bot here. Today we're working on our weekly update game, which is called Rogue RPG. It's like Baldur's Gate 3 combat and build part. But it's roguelike, kind of like Slay the Spire. So each encounter is a combat, a simplified version. I'm not really talking about, I say Baldur's Gate, but it's more like simplified positioning based fantasy RPG type turn-based combat. Almost tactics, but not quite. We're doing that as part of our, it's not math. I am so, I'm just coming out of working with Java for a while, so I have a pretty bad habit right now. And we have our weekly update sessions. This is our little community challenge. We're going to finish publishing a game this year. So I started this YouTube video, which by the way, you can check out my YouTube channel. We do Godot content and developer content. So basically, I'm leading the update session by updating and posting a video, being like, hey, this is what I did this week. This is what I'm going to do next week. And here are all the other motivations and tips and tricks and all those things. Here's a community highlight type of thing. And people all post. A lot of people joined us, and they're doing little weekly updates, keeping each other accountable, getting excited about other people's project and all whatnot, and getting feedback. So this is that project. That's the thing. Right now, I'm working on making a combat tester. So I have these configurations that I can load in right now, and there's a placeholder enemies. And I've made it so that the player action works, and then the turn works, and then this preview thing works. But enemy actions doesn't do anything yet. So I am implementing the basic attack from the enemy right now. And I'm a little sick. That's all you need to know at this point in time, I think. Hopefully it'll work. All right, so we are here, handle attack. We're going to do this AoE attack. I suppose, I don't know if I'm going to highlight and show who is moving, but at least I'm going to highlight or mark the tile that's going to get attacked. Codebug says, sounds and looks good. Thank you. Appreciate that. We're all family here of some sort, I suppose. Okay. So attacker, tile, target, AoE range, target tile we already gave, and then the hit range is the AoE range. I think that's all I need to give. And that will work. Yeah. And then now we're going to do all these things from the controller itself. We'll probably grab the... I mean, it's a display effect, I suppose. So we can grab the display. And then we could... I wonder if the display... Maybe I should put a little function on the display itself. So display will have a bunch of private stuff, info change, and updates. I guess, you know what? I think I'm going to make it a board map function. The map will play the tile. Oh, I could just grab the tiles, huh? Say get tile, and I can get the tile index here. This could potentially go bad, but we'll see. Is this tight coupling? I think it's not. I don't think it's a tight coupling, but some may argue. So I could go 4, and then I do think if I do get tile here, if it's out of bound, it gives me null anyways. It's an inefficient way to do this, but I think we can do that. So we'll gosh, I keep doing this. No, hold on. I'm so used to doing Java now because I've been doing like leak code for a few days. God, this is how old my brain is. It's just so get used to things so easily. Codewex says, I'm glad I found at least one streamer who doesn't vibe coding. The future isn't lost yet. I'm very bad at vibe coding, by the way, just because I haven't done it. I don't really like to. There's really no purpose for me so far. Okay, I gotta be honest though. Sometimes like when I'm doing shader coding, I could be like, okay, well, tell me how to start this thing. But that's just shader coding. Nightbeth says, regarding if player always goes first or not, long delay in typing this out. If the player versus NPC order is random, that gives you another part of the game to be affected by the player build choices. Yeah. It's just... Okay, here's the thing. I have to decide if strategy around turn order is important or not. So if it's just like, for example, let's say speed affects turn order, then speed needs to do more than just a turn order, I feel. So that it has some other like side effect or like secondary coincidence and things about the build. So I'm just thinking about that a little bit. So we'll see. I do think that there needs to be a speed because speed will allow. I think speed would be the stat that determines how much tile you can use per action. But we'll see. But you know, I do think that's a good point you made. And thanks for the follow, Code Wax. Nepe says, as in letting some player build stop the randomness and force player first or last. Yeah, that could be fun. That could be fun. Like if forcing first or forcing last could be really fun. Huh. There could be like some weird combination effect of like, oh, you always go first, but then you skip next turn. And then there's some items that's like whenever you skip your turn, you heal your health or something like that. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, sorry, Mythical. I'm so behind here. Mythical says, are you going to stream the graphical stuff as well? That would be fun to watch as well. Yeah, no, I do most of the pixel art. And I mean, pixel art is easy to vibe with, just like sit there and just draw. So I'll probably stream it. Most of it, a lot of it at least. I'm not sure if I'm going to do all of it because sometimes I like working off stream. I know, crazy. Sometimes if I have to lock in, I really need to lock in, or I'm like just chilling. I like to work off stream. It's funny. It's the same work, but then like streaming feels like work. But then if I do the same work off stream, then it feels a little bit more like relaxing. Kane says, have you ever thought about doing game presentation streams like many streamers do, or are you focusing only on game development here? You have to, I think, clarify what you mean by game presentation. What do you mean by that? Like presenting other people's game or topic around presentation for a game? And Kane says, is a signal in Godot similar to in React or Angular? It's signal is their event. And I don't know if React calls it signal. Don't they call it event? Kane says, I do the annoying parts with AI. Yeah, annoying parts with AI is okay as long as you already know what's going on and then you just kind of double check the work. But there are rarely a lot of annoying parts. Okay. Don't tell anyone I said this. But I was surprised by how. So I had I mean, I shared this on Discord already. I was surprised by the presence of AI on screening interview. It was weird. It was like one of those leak code stuff, but the prompt was like, well, here's an AI assistant you can use it. I was like, wait, hold on, what's the point here? But the caveat was that the problem wasn't like typical leak code problem of like, oh, well, here's a problem, solve the problem. It was more like, here's a project. And it gave us like a VS Code looking package of a web app. And it was like, okay, here's problem A. Your project manager said this is not working, and this is the expected behavior. And then it was like, it doesn't tell you where to look at what. It's just project, a whole project. And it's like, figure it out, fix it. And I was like, oh, this is interesting. It's like a problem statement itself was like very interesting to me. But then the whole like AI part, I was like, wait, like I could just ask it. Wait, hold on. What's the point of asking this question? I can just ask it. But I guess that's like being like, how out of touch are you? I don't know. It was weird. What are your thoughts? I'm interested. Anyways, handle AoE attack here. Okay, so since it's AoE, I need to go from halfway out of range, right? So we're going I in range of, I think the range is inclusive in both direction. Starts from B, increases by 1 step, and stops before N. Okay, cool. So we're going to say range of target tile minus floor I, because it's an integer of half of AoE range, like so. And then we're going to plus floor I range. I think, hold on, let me think about this real quick. So if the target is at 0, and then the range is 1, then it'll be -1 and +1. That's correct. Because intention is if the range is 0, then we just want to do, well, actually it needs to be +1 here. Like so. If it was 0, it would be just 1 and 0, which means it'll only scan 1 here. If it was 2, it'll be Oh, right. I don't need to do halfway. Range indicates the direction. I just need to do straight up range. Silly me. There you go. Yeah. Okay, so, and then for that, I'm going to go to the controller display board map and get tile. We're going to get the IF tile. And then we're going to play the board effect animation. Play... Hold on. There was a function for it that I created. Start board effect animation. And that one takes this as the enum value. I don't want to have to go all the way down here. I feel like this is why I want to make this into a global enum. I wonder if I can make a enum wrapper. Is there a way to do enum wrapper so I don't have to like refer to it deeply? No, I can't, I'm sure. Certainly, right? You know what? I'm going to try it. I'm going to try and see if it can handle it. So, var test. Let's see. Would be. Oh, you know what? I don't even need to worry about that, do I? Because it's not enum is not instance dependent stuff. I could just be like board tile dot board effect slash, like so. So I'm starting the animation here. The warning says, hey, you're not using any of these things. Am I not? I'm using all of these. Ooh, enemy info is the only thing that I'm not using. I suppose I could do underscore here for now. Kane says, yeah, I'm in showcasing community games like Bite Me Games or Thomas Brush. I would love to do that. It's just, I haven't figured out how to do it. So that's the goal, by the way. I do want to do it, by the way. And I want to do the community game where it's a result of this. So like if there's like a launch game and stuff like that. And I want to collect enough to be like, eventually be able to be like, hey, here are the people and release game, like 5 games to look forward to that are made by indie dreamers like you type of situation. So it'll be like a lot of introduction to different people's channel, different games that are out there that are coming up, an opportunity to do, and if any of those things become popular, do a little opportunistic interview session of like, hey, some of the decisions they made, how could we make it better, and type of thing. That could be fun. I just want it to be an open conversation in general. And yeah, that's something we can do. Today's Wednesday. It feels like Friday for some reason. I was like, oh my gosh, is it Friday already? I haven't done anything this week. No, it's Wednesday. We're good here. I was doing something. Ah, yes, AoE attack. It's going to do the animation. It's going to play it once. At least I can test up to this part, I think. So over here, if I end turn, wait. Hmm. Why here and here? Kind of. Hold on. This part is not correct. But we'll figure it out, I'm sure. Also, the range indicator seems a little bit misleading. So the first one, uh, mm, so this one, right? Wait, what's happening here? This is fine, but if I go from visible to invisible, are they sharing visibility flag? Ooh, I think they might be. Silly. Um, let's see. Tile marker. Oh, right, because they're preloaded. This needs to be per node, I think. Let me get rid of this real quick. Hey, thanks for the sub or something, I think. Martin, Haka Martin. Kane says you could do it just like Bite Me, or you have a quote unquote waiting Discord channel, and you pick random people out of it until there would be so many for that. Oh, that's smart. Is there requirements? I need more details on what I need to define because my brain right now is not vibing with doing extra work here. Um, but I think I'm open to it. Okay, so visibility seems to. I mean, this is a different instance of a board tile, so I don't understand why the visibility would be on and off here. So look here, right? So I have a tile and I select it, that becomes visible. As I go out of view, like, oh, oh, interesting. It seems like there are moments where both both characters are selected. I'm gonna have to handle that properly. Why are they both selected? Is it because of the enemy character range, I guess? I should probably make the circle smaller then. I feel this is kind of silly to do that, but I guess that's better. There you go. Fixed. It probably should be rectangle rather, though. Kane says, I showed my game once on Bite Me and liked the format. It's just easy. You join and it's always different. Maybe someone has a demo on Steam, another has like a local game that he can show. I want to do it. I guess I'll check it out. And do you think it's enough to just have a channel on? Should it be a forum? Like a forum channel? Not a, it's going to be like, what is it? Well, I mean, we do have Showcase, but then there are a lot of discussion that happens in Showcase as well. A waiting room. I see. Do people post on it like their game? I guess Showcase for the community to discuss and all that, and then waiting room. You got a double post there if you want to highlight it on stream, I guess, or not stream, but on channel. Okay, Kane, I'm having a really hard time understanding what that looks like. Can you post like a screenshot of it on suggestions? Like actually like detail what needs to be done. Imagine that you're explaining it to a 3-year-old who has never seen it. Because that's me right now. Nightbest says, I don't think Bite Me's only requirement might be don't get me demonetized. Oh, yeah, that's right. Kane says, haha, I'll do it. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. Look, all these ideas are great. I just need help executing them because I'm kind of occupied with all the other stuff as well. The tiers, full tier out here. Okay. I was in the middle of something. Oh, yes. I was trying to get the enemy animation to play on end turn. And that was Cascade is not happening, but this one is attacking normally. It's within range. Within range. Okay, cool. So right now the damage marker shows for every wait, what is okay, that's a cascade. Okay. I see what's wrong. Yeah. Okay, this one's gonna attack here. This one's gonna attack. It's not attacking the third, it's attacking the player who's in range. Okay, cool. That's what I need to do. All right, so when I'm showing it on the hover, I think it's under controller here. And we say action intent. We're showing the action intent. And I believe when I'm hovering over here, we have hover entered, which happens on board map. On enemy hover, when character gets hovered, we omit this out of the board map. And then the display, I think, might listen to it. Let's see. Hover. There you go. Clear target, board map. Ah, yes. Right. On enemy character gets hover. I want to make sure that the targets are properly assigned here. I guess the target assignment should not happen on execution. It should happen on planning. So I'm going to make a change here so that during the computation, when we're doing queuing next action, we're going to provide the actual target. Devi says, I'm back from the dentist. Oh, great. Welcome back. I hope you had a great dentist session. Not much has happened, I think. Ah, there it is. Change range selection logic. So over here, we're going to actually current target tile index selection will be done over AI action executor. Ooh, I should probably do it through this as well. Okay. All right. It's coming together. It's coming together. Logic is logicking here. So the AI action executor has a function for actually doing the sequence. We should probably have another function as well within it that is Q action, which I think is what we're calling it. Compute action or Q action. So we're going to queue next action through it. So AI action executor will do queue next action here. Which means I'm going to take the export of the executor here as well. Like so. And then instead of doing it through combat controller, we're going to do it through AI executor. Queue next action, I think. Hold on. Oh, I didn't implement anything here. And then for now, I'm going to have this called this like this, but I'm going to change it. Over here, copy and paste all that. We'll see. Executor will do this right here. Hi, Cooley. Devi says, hi, Cooley. Cooley's like, you get a haircut, Ez? I did. Is it hard to tell? I think it's very obvious. Ugh. Do I look too militant? I don't look my youthful, boyish beauty anymore. I should probably put some wax. Or put some texture. This is me, everyone. Hi. All right, here we are. I did get a haircut. Cooley said, it looks cool. Thanks. I appreciate the sentiment. Kane says, I posted it. Hope it's more clear. Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, I'll take a closer look later, but unit voice channel waiting room participants join this. Oh, people actually join it? And then I guess I messaged them and be like, share with me the thing that I should highlight. It's like a personal message. Okay, that's a good way to do it. Oh, also thanks, Kane, for joining. I didn't know you weren't already in here. Hello, everyone. All right, there it is. I said hi to everyone. Davey said, it looks good. Lol, thanks. Appreciate it, everyone. Compliment makes me feel uncomfortable, but it's okay. I know that's just trauma response. It's not your fault. Keep doing what you're doing. Kane says, yeah, exactly. Okay. It makes more sense now that you've written down that way. I'll think about it. Well, not think about it. I mean, I'm saying I'll take time to figure out when I'm going to do that. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. So here we are. Queuing next section is pretty simple. We get the controller, get the enemy info. We're going to do all of that. Current target index. So this is the part where we're doing the target index calculation. Oh, thanks for the follow. Unticked. I hope you're not ticked. Is that a word? Unticked? That's what does that mean? Well, either way, I'm not judging. I'm just asking. Whoa, 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 whoa. No judgment zone. Remember? Okay, so what I'm going to do here is this. Get closest index within range. I suppose target index would be the player index here as well. I suppose I do the same thing I did down here, wherever I call this earlier. Like so. Ooh, hey, that means I get to solve issue number 38. Beautiful. Okay, player info is retrieved. Should be up top here, not for each one of them. Just retrieve it once. Player info is used. Attacker would be the enemy info position. Info position, and then AI move is the current move, which is the next section. I think that's it. And then that will be used over here, target index, and then controller dot board state update enemy info. That should be it. Unticked says, I have no idea. I use a password generator to get. That's one way to do it. Wow. Can't even guess your username. Wow. I'm surprised that the password generator gave you a fully lowercase English letter, though. Seems like it seems like it's not a very good password. But it's okay. I think there's no judgment here once again. Appreciate you being here regardless. And by the way, I'm not usually this low energy. So if you're following me because of my low energy, I'm sorry to say that I'm usually high energy. I'm just coming out of sickness. So yeah. If you're here for the chill vibe, I think sometimes things get a little bit more excitable here. every now and then. But maybe you like the rhythm of things. Sometimes low, sometimes high, like a real person. I'm a real boy. No. Ah, life be life. Okay, let's see. Where are we now? Target. Oh, yes. I was trying to test. Okay, so we did the compute. Next thing, I want to make sure that the during the execution, the targeting we use is the current index because we've already updated the current target tile index of the action. So over here, when we are handling an attack, when we're calculating it, we don't even have to do a target index thing because we've already decided where it's going to go by the planner. And that planner said AI move dot current target tile index is the target. So we don't need that player action here either. So now it'll be consistent between the planning and executing. Boop. Oh. Oh, right. I got to change it to hello. Where is this coming from? This one is start combat. Oh, right, because I need to compute. I, you know what? Hindsight, start combat should go to compute AI action state, right? Instead of doing this on action, on exit, it should actually, instead of a player turn, it should go to a compute turn. Because, yeah, that goes to the player turn anyways, immediately. So I don't have to, yeah, there you go. This, okay. It seems like the targeting is correct. And turn, ooh, I got attacked. This one is cascade. Okay, I gotta fix the cascade logic here a little bit. But the range is gonna continuously attack me. So if I move like that, can I dodge it? Oh, yes, I can. Lovely. Right now, the attacks trigger simultaneously. Do I change it so that it's done in turn as opposed to, yeah, I should. Right. So I'll do that next. I gotta make sure that the enemy actions wait. And whoever is acting, I think I'm gonna have a little acting animation. So enemy character here. I'll make an animation. Well, I could do it as a tween, but I think I'm gonna do an animation player here. Let's create a new animation called acting. It's an actor, guys. Get it? So we're gonna create a new track for the sprite itself. And we're gonna use this position. All I'm gonna do is doo-doo, like that to show that it's acting. Hopefully that will make a lot of sense. We're gonna go to FPS mode. It doesn't require too many FPS. I'm just gonna 10. Let's say in the beginning, I should probably make it so that it snaps though. Snap to the frame. There you go. So it'll start with hello. I guess start here. Oh, like that. Yeah, there you go. So it'll start at that position. It's going to move forward. Right, I think. Like so. And then just be like, transform position. Can I key this, please? we go from 0 to minus 12. Is that too much? And then we'll bounce back in to like 12. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, maybe that's too much. Do like 4 and then snap back. So we'll go quick, return, bounce. I mean, classic. No, like that. Let's see. Yeah, it feels like snapback. Snapback. Maybe I should do it more like this. That feels better. That feels better. That feels more like like headbutting. So this one is acting here. I should probably rename this so that it's not capitalized. Can I rename this? Rename. Acting. As Sir Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart? Is that the name? Would say? Acting. Aha. I was merely acting. I think that could be a function for the body itself, actually. It wouldn't be too crazy. I would say over here, funk, play, acting. I wish I had a better name for it, but perhaps I shouldn't wish that. Uh-huh. And then I'm guessing it goes back. I don't think, let's see. Let me make sure that I don't have, I didn't turn on loop for this. Yeah, should be good. Okay, so character says acting thing. That means what I can do on the enemy action executor when we're starting the sequence, when we're handling attack, we do AoE attack. We'll probably say get the character body, which I think there is a function for it. So controller, display, and then board map, and enemy bodies. We can say get enemy. Oh, hold on. Enemy. This is update enemy. I think the board map should have a function that says get enemy per ID. We can update it. Yeah. We have get tile, so why not get enemy? Get enemy body. Character, like so. I think. I mean, unless I already made one. I'm surprised that I didn't already make something like that. I guess not. So that's simply just for body in hello? Fung. Fung get enemy body. No, funk. There we go. Enemy bodies, if body, I think. Enemy character. And then I think as enemy ID equals the desired enemy ID, then we're going to return the body. Otherwise, we're going to turn null here. Enemy ID. Oh, it's not. Is it not int? It is int. Convert from int to enemy character. Huh? Oh. Oh, it's a map. Sick. All right. Return. I don't know if the getter will return null if the parameter doesn't exist. Okay, it does. Great. So we're gonna just simply do get enemy. Well, I guess if it's just dictionary, then I don't. You know what? I'm gonna do it anyways. That's why I didn't do the get function, because it's simple. I could just call it directly. But alas, we live. Okay, so from the board map, we're gonna get enemy body. That's simply enemy info.id. I think I just do instance ID. Get instance ID for the info. And then we get it. This will be the body. As enemy character. Now, obviously, if this is null, it might not be able to do it. It'll be like, oh, it's null, guys. So if body passes, then we have something else. Console error. Where can I do error log here? Error. It's like print. Print error. Print error push. Push error. Ah, yes. Push error. Wait, do I have to provide error? There it is. Okay. Push error. Unexpected. Missing. Enemy. Body. ID. String. What else is an enemy name? Name. String. We're just simply going to do one of these things. Instance ID and enemy info. Enemy name. There you go. We're just going to return here. Otherwise, we're going to have the body play the animation. Acting. There you go. Play acting. Aha. And then the little slash animation will happen. How convenient that I have made this like controller pattern. It's really nice. Boop. Oh, did you see that? They all did little pecking. That was really fun. Look at that. Oh, hey, that looks good. Honestly, that looks kind of good. It looks smooth. All right, so it pecks. I wanted to wait on each player. So what I want to do here, probably, I probably should. Let's think. So I'm getting the tile. You know what? I think I'm going to grab all the tiles first. For tiles, which will be array of board tile, I think. And then I'm just going to push back the tiles here, like so. Then I'm going to do the thing animation here. Before doing the animation, I think I'm going to do polling instead of doing event waiting, meaning on the process of the controller or the AI action executor will flip a flag saying the animation is done based on this. So we'll have, let's see, process, which is delta. For now, for each of the tile, that's a little annoying, actually. I might, here. I think I'm going to, because this is executing animation. Now board tile is a animation executor. We're going to have animation finished signal here. And when I'm playing the effect, we're going to make it so that it emits animation finished on when the board effect finishes playing. So probably on ready, because this, yeah. On ready, I'm going to tie the animation player. I think it's just animation player. Board effect animation. It's animation finished will connect to the animation finished call. So it'll, when it triggers, it'll call the emit directly, so I don't have to have a intermittent function call. And then on the AI executor here, for the tile itself, I mean, I need to wait on everything. I mean, there's going to be, I mean, if it's async, there might be a race condition, but I don't think it'll be async. So I think I can do a count here. Is it going to be a problem if I do a wait? Potentially. Because if the animation is too fast, it's not going to work. I think what I need to do actually is do this, var tile, and then insert that. Tile itself will have animation finished, which I will connect. If it's not already connected, I suppose. Tile animation finish is connected. I really don't want to do countdown. There are a bunch of stuff that is playing animation. They play at the same time. Anytime any of them are finished, I gotta check if everybody is done. The best way to do it is by doing a countdown, or, oh, I know. We're gonna have a variable of pending nodes, right? Because these are all nodes, which will be a dictionary of, it's a set. So it's going to be a dictionary of instance ID, because each node will have unique instance ID, and then it'll be some sort of node here. And basically on node animation finished, the node will grab itself, get instance ID, and then I suppose it'll empty itself, huh? It'll remove itself. Erase? Remove or erase? Erase itself from the dictionary. You could just, Kane says, you could just await. No, okay, so here's the thing. Oh, well, let me finish reading it. So I was thinking about await, but I don't like using await. Await says you could just await the animation and change the state after that, but the function that does this will be called without await. Does it work? No, it doesn't. You need to do chain await first of all. That's the main thing, just like netcode, because async await needs to be async await all the way through, otherwise it's async. Plus, here's a side effect of the wait in Godot. So there is a chance the line await, like so you do await here. If you hit await after the animation finishes, then you get stuck there. So there's a chance where the signal that you're awaiting on, there's no like dead letter Q. So you need to be like, and that defeats the purpose because that means you have to listen to it anyways. You have to connect it. So if you know for a fact that the signal that you're awaiting on has a chance of being executed instantly, like a few lines of code instead of actually like a few seconds of animation, then you often fall into a case of like, depending on the machine speed, the await runs after the signal has already been emitted, and then you get stuck. And for this one in particular, and that's why I don't like doing await in Godot in general, because I got kind of bitten by it so many times. Hey, Martin, thanks for the follow. So that's my logic. That's why I want to do it this way. You know, whatever. Okay, so every time animation finishes, we're removing itself from it. And if this dictionary ends up being empty, that means this particular animation is done. So that could be func. Oh, I gotta be careful with this function in particular. Is awaiting on animation. It could be just this. Okay. Hold on. Okay, tile. If it is not connected, we're gonna connect a tile to this function, and we're gonna bind the node itself to it. That means we're also going to, I guess we should probably have a connect thing. Pending nodes, put assign tile get instance ID tile here. Not that it matters, I guess. I don't even really need to keep track of all that. Too many arguments for assign, huh? I thought assign, oh, I guess not. I just do it this way, huh? Boop. Boop, boop. Just in case I need it for error handling. Mythical says, are you planning on using multi-threading here later on? Although on a turn-based game, I don't know if it makes any sense. No, I'm not. But I am thinking about multiplayer situation. So I just want to make sure things are manually synchronous and asynchronous as opposed to depending on the execution timing. Nate says, always been into game development, but never got into it myself, but I just downloaded Godot for the first time. Ideas where to start? All right, first of all, what's your programming experience? The answer depends on that. So that's why I'm asking that. And congrats on starting out. But depending on where you're starting from, I have different suggestions for you. Including the upsell. Nate says, very light, math major in college, but nothing coding heavy. Okay. And I'm guessing, okay, so here's the thing. 2 ways. I'm going to talk about the free way first, and then I'm going to talk about the paid way because I have a course. Now, I'll just put it out there. I have a 30-day course that I'm selling currently. It comes with weekly classroom group calls, and currently, if you sign up right now, it comes with 1-on-1 meeting with me. But if that's not an option that you're interested in, The thing that I always tell people, okay, well, here are a few resources. Godot engine documentation. So first of all, if you're good at reading, which if you're a math major, you've read plenty of dry texts. If you go to Godot engine documentation, there is a getting started tab, and they're so good. They're actually really good. And you don't even need this like conceptual introduction. I mean, sometimes you do because it talks about like the UIs and what buttons do what. But if you just jump straight up into your first 2D game and just follow through, it's a great start to understand and be introduced to the concept behind how the game engine itself thinks about game development. So you follow that. That's a great way to start. Another one is there is Bracky, the content creator, and is very popular and well known for Unity tutorials, but he moved on to making Godot stuff because of the whole Unity issue. So this one, there's a how to make video game, and there's a GD script. This is like a script specific one. So these two are really good primer. Also very dry and long, but you can take it at your own pace. Otherwise, I have a course, which you're on YouTube, so you'll see in the description there's a 30-day course link there, which is currently $49. It's meant to be 3 lessons per week for 30 days, so that's like 4 weeks course where you get to make your first platformer game, and I talk about coding concept as well. So it's like guided tutorial where I talk about some of the software engineering / coding principles. So it's like somewhere in between, like, yes, it's for complete beginner, but I don't just teach beginner stuff because I believe that everybody should know. Because coding is easy. Coding is actually pretty easy. And I think people avoid it way too much. And I don't want people to avoid that. So that's that. So there it is. Woo! That's all the information I have for you. I mean, there are also a lot of good tutorials out there. So do as you will with that information. But welcome to Game Development World. Ads starting here in soon on Twitch. But Cooley says, I'm thinking of trying C# in my next mini Godot project. How is it? I have no idea, actually. I never used the C# part of Godot yet. I'm pretty stubborn with sticking around with GD script, but maybe somewhere in the future I'll do that. Nate says, I appreciate the possible ideas. I'll make sure to look into your course. I gotta respect it. Thanks. He says, love that. I feel the same way about math. It's a lot of simple concept that looks tough when put together. Yeah. I mean, I think what makes coding hard, or what makes math hard, is also the application of the knowledge as opposed to fundamental. And the thing is, a lot of the tutorials and lessons focuses on the application itself, like how to do things. But learning how to do things without understanding why it is not an applicable knowledge. I'm sure you're aware. So here we are. Let's see. Kane says, I started with Unity because I'm a .NET developer, but it was so bad that I picked Unreal. Now I'm stuck with Blueprint. What, you're doing Blueprints? Yeah, you know .NET and you're doing Blueprints? Come on. I'm sure you have the ability. But I mean, I heard Blueprint is pretty good still, though. Kane says, or I have to learn C++, but that's way different than C# on a deeper level. I mean, yeah, conceptually it's pretty different, but like, I feel like you can still learn it pretty easily compared to other people who's just coming fresh. Cooley says, oh, wait, I forgot Godot supports C++. Dude, I don't even know what Godot supports, guys. I just use GDScript. You tell me. I'll tell you this. If you use C++ or C#, you get to use VS Code with your Godot project, which I think comes with a lot of benefits, I'm sure. Kane says, yeah, I think I should be able to learn it, but I was just too lazy because there was also a lot of Unreal stuff itself to learn. It's funny. It's like restaurant chef ordering in their meal every day because they haven't used like non-industry standard kitchenware before. um, I mean, it's valid. It's valid. I'm not like saying that it's like unreasonable, but it's funny still. Cooley says, I like VS Code, so that's a win. Yeah. Also, if you use VS Code, that means you get Claude, apparently, or something. I don't know. I don't know what the AI code assistant these days are, but apparently that's awesome or whatever. I won't know. It'll forever be secret to me. Kane says, I would probably order food even if I were chef. Lol. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said it, because I know the feeling. But it's still funny looking in from outside. Okay, so I was in the middle of doing the whole syncing thing. All right, so I connected the signal here. And then I am pushing in the tiles. Do I even need to do this? Yes, I do. So I go through and then I start the animation effect for everybody. It's going to come over here and remove itself as they you know what? I should also disconnect itself. The problem is that if I don't, then it's going to trigger again. I don't want that. So first thing I think I'm going to say disconnect. It's the signal. And then oh oh, that's going to be tricky, huh? Because it depends. Every node has different signal. I wonder if the signal can be an object. How about I have disconnect callback? And it's callable. And then I just call this. Why I'm doing way too much. I don't think this is meant to be this, but oh well. I wonder if it'll work. I'll be surprised if it just kind of works. I find it weird that the disconnect requires you to... Oh, well, I guess it's not that weird. Will this work? Hold on. Could not find type callable in the... What? Oh, I misspelled callable. All right. Let's see. Cooley says, I'm not a fan, so I just disable that. Oh, I see. Hey, I'm gonna give it a try. My PM friend, okay, so he's a really high level PM in Meta now. He was a friend in when I was in Amazon. And because I guess I don't know if it's because he's TPM, he really loves, and he didn't know how to code before, but apparently he really loves it. And he's having to, like, he got a feedback from people being like, are you sure you're not engineer? You're submitting code more than some engineers out here. Because he's like submitting to repository for his own personal thing, like using Cloud or whatever. And doing all the like his like prototyping, he asks it to create tests as well and stuff like that. And through it he's learning it apparently as well. But I'm like, oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm glad it works for you really well and it's impressive, but I'm just like, I don't know if I would use it myself. I'm still an old boomer at the moment. Okay, so we got the disconnect here going. We started it. It's going to empty it out. And this one will tell me if we are still awaiting. I suppose I don't really need this. I guess I'll have a signal here. Sequence done. There's a really roundabout way to do this. I should probably not do this. We should probably do the asynchronous action is always a little bit of a trick. Okay, so we have handle AoE attack. We did this. We're connecting everything. We're waiting on this. It's going to tell me if it's done. If not, we're going to have to wait on something. I mean, it's the only safe way to do this, so I'm not going to complain here. So we handle attack for each enemy, right? So basically, when we are starting the enemy sequence, we're having to probably do one of these things where if we're awaiting on animation, then we await on sequence done. Otherwise, we move on, which it seems really roundabout way to do this, but I think it's okay. I don't know. Am I going to regret this? I mean, like, it makes sense. It'll work. I don't know if it's worth it. That's my main thing. Hey, Fyra. Thanks for a raid, everyone. Welcome, raiders. Hold on. Shout out. Shada. Fyra. I know it's Fyra. I just am trying to come up with different ways to pronounce it. Hello. I'm doing well. We're doing okay. I'm a little sick still. I've been sick for a week now. I'm coming out of it, but talking is a little tough. Thinking is a little tough, actually. Whoa, what is this? I've never seen this before. Wait, what the heck? Anyways, here we are. Hey, you know what raid means? In our stream, whenever there's a raider, we get a certain number of seconds or minutes of shiny chance. So grab your shiny strawberry folk now. So if you plant your seeds and water them right now, you have a chance of getting a shiny version of one of these things. They all look very different. So collect them all, right? Gotta collect them all. Fire says, thank you. Dang, hope you get better quickly. Oh, I hope so too. Thanks for the good wishes. I do wonder, unless you have to run, which is fine, let me know what you've been up to in your stream. Otherwise, I'll do a little quick update on my side. Hello, everyone. I am developer Ezra. I'm mostly on YouTube making videos. I have a course. This is a Godot developer content, Godot game development content. Right now, I'm working on this rogue RPG type of situation where it is a simple tactics game. That's like, I guess, some combination of Baldur's Gate 3 combat and Into the Breach. And then, you know, the intention is that it's supposed to be like roguelike in that it's roguelike version of RPG. So you do class builds and item builds and grabbing items here and there. Okay, that didn't work. I'm going to have to redo this. So this is what we're working on. I'm trying to work on enemy actions right now. We have this like preview indicator thing. And then I'm trying to do the attack animation and implementation of actual attack right now. And this project is part of our community commitment to finish a game this year. Because we want to finish a game, we want to publish a game, but oftentimes we don't. We don't have motivation and we don't have accountability. So we said, you know what? I'm going to start this weekly video update where I go, here's what I did this week. This is what I'm going to do next week. Tell me yours. And basically everybody joined this Discord under My Game Progress. People have been excitedly sharing their weekly updates. And sometimes we showcase that as well. Yeah, and you know, my weekly update isn't necessarily always like my update. It's like little like pep talk type of situation, I think. So for example, this week, oh my gosh. a lot has happened since I posted. I talked about how to stay motivated, or my opinion on how to stay motivated. So this got released yesterday. Go check it out. It's kind of fun. So yeah, that's the kind of community that we're growing here. Who cares? Like, sorry for the spam. No, it's okay. That's why it's there. Spam away, everyone. Get your shiny. The Joseph Sip Joe on YouTube says to Nate, if you decide to try Bracky's tutorial, I would recommend Game Development Center on YouTube as well. The newer videos. It's a bit more coding intense, but really good. Oh, that's a new one to add to the list of things to introduce to people. Kane says, I'm also working toward a roguelike demo, but I'm getting so often stuck on game design decision and testing what's best. Changed my reward system multiple times. Ooh, it sounds like you need to do a one-on-one session with me. I mean, I guess, speaking of, I should probably release a free version this month for the content. The caveat always is, yes, if you sign up to my 30-day course right now, you get a free one-on-one session. So my intention is like, if you already know how to work with Godot, but then you just want to have a conversation with me for like 30 minutes to 1 hour, just to talk about either the technical design, project planning, game design, you can buy the course for that. But I am planning on releasing these like free one-on-one session opportunities, first come first serve type of thing, for content, which I've done recently. So go check it out as well. I did a little one-on-one interview with some developer. See if that's something you'd like. Yeah, sorry for the low energy right now, everyone. I know I feel like an emo kid. I'm like, oh, blah, 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 blah. I don't want to talk, but I do want to talk. I'm excited to be here. I'm just really, really fatigued. I gotta be honest with y'all. All right. So animation didn't really play here. It seems like, I'm not even sure if it got to this point. I'm gonna print this. Print, play. Okay. So we come over here, basic melee. I'm going to end turn. It immediately switched over. Why? It didn't even print. Oh, I see. If it is awaiting on animation. Aha. Wrong sign. Mikori says, to be fair, best coding times are when you're quiet and locked in. It really is. Oh, you mean like for people when I'm quiet? Mikori just really said, Ezra, you need to shut up. No, I'm not. I'm kidding. You didn't say that. You didn't say that. I guess I don't need this check then. Because I don't think most of us would mind seeing you just go silent with music and typing away intricate code. I'm sure a lot of us don't mind it. I do have music in my ear. I mean, it's okay if you guys have music for yourself. Hold on, trying to get a return value of a method. What? I'm not trying to get a return value. Oh. Here. This is why. Let's see if that will work. Nicole said, no, I said lock in. Make the best game you can. Haha, yeah, exactly. We're going to do it. Invalid type and function connect in base signal. Cannot convert argument 2 from callable to int. Int? I guess I can't have a callable that is... It's a callable because I just binded it. Signal.disconnect is a call. Function connect in base signal. Cannot convert argument 2 from callable to int. Why is it trying to convert it to int? Oh. My bad. Like so. This is a little messy, but everyone, it's all going to be worth it. We're pretty locked in here. That was actually joyous. Like, I was just impressed by how it looked. Guys, tell me that doesn't look good. I love that. Oh, that like boom, boom. That was so satisfying to see. I love that. Oh, yes. um, I wonder if there's a better way to indicate some of these things, but at least it seems to be working. It's a very difficult game though. Because this one keeps going close range, and then the next version is a cascade. It's like an AoE attack. So if you have Dagger, and this one costs 2 action, I believe. So I don't know how you would beat that. But it's working. Yay. Get Power Shell. CD, Godot Project. Rogue. RPG. Add here. This is a multi-thing. It resolves issue number 38, I believe, first of all. Let me get the browser here real quick. GitHub. We have... I think the melee action type is done, first of all. I wonder if I can do multiple resolves. I'll do 35. 36. And then 38, actually. Range selection for... Yeah, I just did that. Wow, this resolves... Wow! Big deal. 35, 36, and 38. 35 resolves. Does this work like that? 36. Or do I have to do it comma? Action. Enemy targeting for range and player position plus action animation has been implemented. It might not work. I might have to manually close these tickets, but we'll find out. Oh, that worked. Heck yes. Okay. In fact, though, it's not actually finished being implemented because the enemy actions don't actually damage the players quite yet. So I need to do that part. So animation plays as a part of a handle AoE attack. We got to make it so that if the player is within the attack range, like so, where we're playing the animation. I wonder, let me think. I suppose over here is what I need to do because this is a tile position, right? So we'll say, hey, you know what? After doing all of this animation thing, and when we're about to play, if tile position, I think there's like a tile position is same as the player info position, which I guess I could get our player info, which will be controller, board state, player info. Ugh, I'm vibing with the design. I love my system design, I think. I feel like it's just kind of working for me. Like everything just feels like I get it. Which seems ironic because, yeah, of course I get it because it's my program. But sometimes, even if I wrote some stuff, I'm like, I don't know how to use it. I don't know what the intention behind the intended usage was. But I get it. I get it now. All right. So if the tile is the same, then we want to make it so that the player info receives damage. Now, I do need to do damage calculation here. Do I... Okay, I'm going to have to figure that part out. Damage calculation will be a dice roll. I can do controller dot roll dice and provide the dice. I think I should do that. So controller, we're going to have roll dice action here. So we'll do function, roll dice. And then we're going to be providing the array of dice, I guess. And then if this has some sort of animation, then we'll probably provide animation here. But it's going to come up with the resulting result here. Each dice will have its own rolling. Hey, for Superman. So for Superman says, hi guys, good evening. Good evening. To you, at least. All right, we're going to do for I in dice count. We're going to randomly do a range of 1, 2. Is it inclusive or exclusive? Inclusive. 1, 2 face value plus the flat value. Now, flat value gets added at the end. It's not per dice roll. Var sum equals flat value plus equals this, and then we're going to just return that. Boom. Sick. So we're going to just go for die in dice die dot roll. We go var result equals 0. I keep doing semicolon. Plus equals here. Down. We're good here. So we got roll dice, which will return a number, provided the... That almost feels like a utility, but the reason I do that because in the future I may want to actually show the dice roll, and that will be done through that. So over here, oh whoops! Thanks for the follow, Dev KBTJ. All right, so we got tile. Oh yes, if it is the same, we're gonna roll damage dice. Okay, so what's the damage of this attack? So that's something I need. So I need target, AoE range. Ooh, you know what? I could even handle the attack separately. So there's one. Yeah, now I'll just do it in here. This could be a little messy, but so damage, which will be array of dice, right? We'll just go controller roll dice and provide the damage value. And then player info will receive health. I guess, hold on. Does controller have hurt player? It might. I don't want to directly change the player information. Initialize, request tile selection, get enemy on tile. Apply dodge, reset dodge, inflict damage. There it is. Well, this one is to the enemy. Inflict player damage. Damage amount. Or I could even just do dice instead of providing a straight up. Yeah. Yeah. Then I can just do roll dice here. And then do blah, blah, blah. All the other stuff. So we can say inflict player damage. We're going to provide the damage dice as a result. That one's going to roll the dice, which will be an int value. And just like this, we're going to take the player information from the board state, player info, and then health will be our current player health. We're going to make that actually player info. I think I'm just going to do it this way. Equals max between 0 and this minus the amount. And then board state update player info. Boom. That should hurt the player, I think. Hopefully. Oh, I didn't provide the number. So handle attack will provide the attack damage by applied effects. This is tricky. So what's my intention if there's multiple damage application? For because it's just providing damage type plus the dice. And it's an array of dice. Is it supposed to apply separate as a separate damage? I think so. I think that was the intention. So I think for each instance of applied effect, this, we're going to say, hey, effect. Oh, you know what? Is I don't know. We'll see. Hold on, I feel like I heard something. I'll be back. The cats were just having a great time knocking things over. That's what the sound does. Oh, hey, Jacob. Hello, hello. Let's see. Okay, so if it's a damage effect, we're gonna hand it over, do the dice thing, apply the effect. Shall we see? Boom, boom. And oh, it's working, I think. Oh, I didn't get a tech there. Oh, right, because Cascade is not. I haven't implemented that yet. That's. Oh, okay. This is a hard game. Coolly. Oh, Lurk. Bye. It's okay. Sorry. Don't mind the fact that I said oh. It's not real. I don't remember if I hold on. I don't know if I said I'm gonna have a group call today or next weekend, Wednesday. Let's see. Everyone, especially. Sorry, this is our my course, Godot course Discord. I just need to remember. I just remember something. Just to clarify, since I didn't really make it clear, did we understand this to be moved to today at 6:30 p.m. PT or next Wednesday? I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page. I meant it for next week, but just wanted to see if anyone purposely cleared their calendar for this. All right. Anyways, just got to make sure everybody gets accounted for. Sorry, just doing extra work. All right. Cool. So that worked. 1d4 plus 1 is actually really strong. It's kind of scary. Oh, 1d8. That's a lot of damage, huh? If I move up, I'm going to get... I don't even know how I'm going to beat this guy. Oh, I guess I could... Oh, I know. Armor. Oh, okay. So I got to figure out what the armor does. Armor negates one instance of damage. Is that too strong? Negating a whole instance of damage? Hey, Protoss. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Are you here to celebrate my win? my city's win? My city's win? No. I don't think we care about that too much. Hey, thanks for the follow, Vork. Vorkiblo. Protoss says, big win. Yeah. No, that was such a weird game, too. I mean, not weird, but it was like... Actually, it was kind of entertaining. I mean, some might be like, oh, it's like really boring, but I kind of enjoy the defensive like tactics. It was actually interesting. If you look at, I don't know, it just looks like sacks after sacks and everybody's just like doing defense, but it was actually, I don't know, it felt pretty cerebral, at least from the Seahawks point of view. I guess it's just fun to be a winner. Anyways, okay, so I haven't. Okay, so I need to implement what armor does. I don't think armor does anything right now. So create a new issue here saying stack of armor is removed per instance of damage. Or I guess it should be like this. Implement armor. It's not enemy AI, it's prototype. Horace's haircut, or has it just been a while since I mean, I did get a haircut. I got it yesterday. It's a little too short, no perm. Just a very vanilla haircut, this, which is kind of annoying. Feels like kind of, you know, it's a little annoying. It looks a little goofy, I think. Little straight edged. But here we are. For assist. Looks good, brother. Thanks. I appreciate that. Kane says, and a new requirement and not a bug. Yeah, new requirement, not a bug. Exactly. Kane says, the YouTube Kappa emote is so bad, lol. Is that the Kappa emote? It's just a moon face. That's so funny. It's okay. Wait, I just closed out 3 issues and I'm still at 18. I feel like I'm always floating between 17 to 20 issues with these. It's just a way to do it, I suppose. Okay, so we wanted to do an armor. I guess I'll do it on both sides. So on controller here, I have inflict damage here. So I'm going to say add a armor count var current armor int will be 0 by default. Hopefully it knows how to handle that. And then the player already has an armor information there. So when I'm inflicting a damage, a single instance, we're going to say if target armor count is greater than 0, then we're going to reduce the armor count by 1. Now this, yeah, hopefully I can just update that. Yes, I can do that. All right, so reduce it. Otherwise, we're going to reduce the health. Same thing over here. If player info armor is greater than 0, then player info armor will be reduced by 1 here. Otherwise, we're reducing the health and then update. Boom. All right. So okay. Whew. I was like, there's no way I can beat this enemy. It turns out there is a strategy here. So what I'm going to do here. Oh, this is already a difficult game. So I'm going to be hit by the 1d4 here. And I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to step back, get my armor. Does it only last 1 turn? Ah, it only lasts 1 turn. Wait, how am I supposed to do this then? Maybe the melee attack should only cost 1 action. It's really hard. Okay, I'm gonna say the dagger takes 1 action. Dagger. Or stab. Cost 1. No cooldown. Oh, this is really hard. It's really hard. Wait, there's no strategy here. What's the strategy? It's just... Okay. Oh, both of them are aiming at me? I gotta be careful of that. I feel like the range attacker probably should have 1... Oh my gosh, it's actually really hard. Code Wax is like, camera setup. Wait, is this a normal command that people have? Fine, I'll add it. How about that? Hey, only code you need is this. Berries. Donation. YouTube. Merch. Everyone, come on. My setup is pretty crappy. I'm using my my streaming laptop. I have a gaming computer, which is pretty good. My today is outdated as well, by the way. That's why I didn't do it. No, don't do today. I wish it was easier to update the commands. Wait. Wait, why didn't the animation... Oh. I see the ranger takes a break. Wait. Oh, ranger's bugged. What the heck? Okay, anyways. Hold on, let me see what had just happened. Funky. Huh. Okay, when they attack the same... Oh, is it because I'm dead? No, but this guy doesn't seem to care. Maybe 1d8 is a lot. All right. Well, the basic enemy needs to be 1d4. All right. I'm gonna change this to be 1d4. And then the AoE attack, I think, will be a flat value. Just flat value. I wonder if this is going to work or not. I suppose I could just do it. The flat value needs to be... Okay, jeez. All right. Dice preview. Intent icon. Over here. Dice value here. Update render. If the dice size... Get dice string. We're going to get the dice string. Well, this should... Okay. If the dice flat value is... Okay. I need one for just flat value. Result will be just the flat value. Okay, that's good. All right, we got the flat 1 damage here. This one... the goblin doing this, like, AoE doesn't make a lot of sense. I think I'm going to make it so that the goblin always does that 1d4 damage. Like, it's varied, and it's like it's difficult enough. I thought I was, like, trying to make it more complicated, but now that I've played it, it's actually really difficult. So I'm going to have it just do 1d4 regular attack only. Hey, Corey, thanks for the hydrate, by the way. I've been drinking. The range attack follows me. This one is also targeting me. So I can hit and run. Okay. And obviously there's a bug where if the two enemies are attacking the same spot, for some reason it bugs out. And I think it has to do with the whole like connecting and disconnecting thing. So let me make sure that part works. Enemy action sequence. The next one comes through. I wonder if there's any debug message. No red debug message. That's okay. Enemy info, enemies, move component. Why did it move on without doing anything? That's my question. Range goblin has only single move, range 4, and then this one is also 1d4. Hey, Kyle. Kyle says, hello, how are you doing? We're doing well. We're just making our games. We're just making our progress here and there as we do. We're just vibing. You know, it's cool that I haven't disconnected today. That's pretty sick, actually. I don't know what that was about. No, no, just Kyle. Hello. Anyways, all right, where was I? I'm getting a little hungry. I'll probably be ending here in a bit. It's been 3 hours, but I have a little bit more left in me. I kind of want to finish this at least, or at least fix this bug. So right now, for some reason, if the two enemies attack the exact same spot, it just borks the game. So let me see. We're gonna do start here. I'm gonna move up, defend, boom. The Sultan says, then that spot is dead. Yeah, exactly. They attacked the spot. That's why it's. But they're both attacking. Okay. So I'm gonna do this real quick. So not Q. It's going to be start. And I will end my turn. We're not awaiting on the animation. Current move has been selected, and we're going to do it. So I'm going to say this one already executed. If we are awaiting on animation, which we are apparently, we're going to wait for the sequence to be done. Sequence just finished. Current move comes down here. Action type is range attack. And then we're going to go into handle attack as we do. Target index is -1, which is by this position right here. Kate says 3 hours is perfect length for a workday. It really is. Besides, when I was actually working at a company, most of the work was done just like first 3 hours of the day. After that, it was just drink coffee, eat food, chat with people, meeting. I mean, that's, and then I look forward to waking up early so that I can actually get stuff done. That was a reality out here. That was the reality out here. Sultan says, I just dropped in. What you're working on today? Enemy attacks? Yeah, getting the enemy attacks to actually work. So I just finished getting the animation to work. I just got them to work in sequence, one at a time. I did some asynchronous stuff. And now I am resolving the bug where if they are attacking the same spot for some reason, only one of them shows up and the later person just permanently borks. I'm guessing there's some sort of await issue. So I'm just taking a look here. Okay, so it's a AoE type. Yes. Coming here is going to do handle ho or handle AoE. Sultan says, cool stuff. Thanks. Codewex says contract 8 hours 8 hours per day. Reality 30 minutes. Yeah, exactly. And they still insist on return to office. You know, honestly though, return to office is more of the local economy and demand of the state than the company, I think. Because a lot of these people have real estate investment. Like the upper management have because they have a lot of money, they oftentimes use that money to invest in the real estates, right? The real estate of in the vicinity, the restaurant buildings, on those things. And the problem with that, especially stakeholders, like whoever owns the company, like BlackRock and whatnot, because they own real estate, if they don't do return to office, then the real estate value falls down. Then the company's valuation increase due to efficiency increase is lower than the loss you get from the property depreciation, I think. That's my current theory, because nobody actually wants to return to office. Even if we meme about how like upper management is like, oh, they just want to show up and like do meetings and stuff like that. They want to push company cultures. The real decision comes from even higher than that. You know what I mean? But anyways, who knows? Codewex says, I remember that Godot used to have a much worse UI, but now it looks great. Yeah, this is the most recent version, 4.6. They slicked it up. This is, I think 4.6 is one of the most exciting updates since when they first released 4.0. Like, I remember going from 3 to 4 was huge, and this one, 4.6, is huge. So it looks great. I love it. It's all fancy. Kane says, yeah, true. I do the opposite. I wake up late so everyone is gone when it's getting late and I can work. Yeah. Soy says, hey, Soy Griff. Soy Griff? Is that Griffith? Like soy version of Griffith? Hi, what are you building? I'm building a roguelike RPG game. RPG is loose. I'm invoking the feeling of tactical combat, like turn-based combat of RPG, especially Boulder's game. I am Griff. Okay. Hi, Griff. Anyways, so it's like Baldur's Gate Tactics game, but it's all about the build, character build, upgrading your character, talent tree, collecting items from different spots in order to have this like synergistic thing that you can test on your combats. But it's roguelike. So it's like Slay the Spire exploration with a little bit of a story component. Right now, I am debugging enemy action. Right now, so far, this is what it looks like. Obviously, I have a lot to improve in terms of looks, but that's not what I'm focusing on. I'm trying to get the prototype done. So we're on the prototyping phase. Also, check out my YouTube videos. We have our weekly updates there, and that is, I think, entertaining enough. If you have time for that, that's pretty fun. Kane says, most companies can't afford to force people into the office, at least not in Germany. They will be at too big a disadvantage since almost all companies offer the option to work from home. Yeah, not so in America. Everybody's just kind of teamed up and said, this is what we're going to do. So he says, sounds cool, by the way. I'm building something similar, but not roguelike. I see. I just love RPG games, but recently I just got into honors mode of Baldur's Gate pretty heavily. That's why I got obsessed with it. But in that case, though, I was saying the game called He Is Coming, which I recently downloaded, it's early release, is actually has that same vibe. It's that like really combat focused, but then the combat itself is automatic. But then like most of the thing is build. And then the thing is, you can, this roguelike items, if you have multiple copies of the same item, you can combine them to become like make it a better version where you save on the slot. And there's like item set where if you have certain types of items, they have a combo effect and stuff like that. It's pretty good. You should try it out. I really enjoy it. Menadono says, what's going on? Hey, we're doing well. What is going on is that we're trying to make a game, and I've been trying to solve this one bug for past, I think, realistically 2 minutes, but I've been talking for 20 minutes here. But that's not always the case. Hotel Soap says, ew, Hotel Soap. No, just kidding. Hey, Hotel Soap. Hotel Soap says, what do you think is the longest time an individual has spent working on a game? Oof. I don't know. Is there even a limit? Like 25 years, I guess? What happened to Star Citizen, guys? What happened to Ashes of Creation? Anyways, let's not talk about depressing stuff. Jacob says, I did a game jam that is heavily inspired by this game. Oh, really? I love that. I really love that game. It's really fun. Menadona says they're hiring. Who's they? Passive Star created this UI. I didn't know. Huh? You mean the Godot UI? Who is Passive Star? I'm sorry. I don't know who that is, but I'm guessing it's a big name. I should probably learn everybody's name. Oh, tech artist. I see. Hi, Passive Star. Great work on the UI. Jacob says it's so good. Yeah, it is so addicting. I mean, I beat it within a day, but also now I'm like trying to find out all the item combination and get to all the different secrets. I'm looking forward to the final release. Menadona says Robertson's Industries, the Star Citizen devs. Oh, I see. I just threw it out there. I wasn't really seriously talking about it, but I guess that's cool. Hotboxing says Dwarf Fortress guys easily on 20 plus years, I guess. Jacob says you beat all the difficulties in a day. Sheesh. Well, I guess I didn't really expend. Once I found the combo that worked for me, I just kind of went with it. But it did take me a while. I mean, I was like pretty obsessed with it. I played it quite a lot. Hotel Soap says I'm talking about one person, not a company. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. I think Stardew Valley was also an implementation for a very long time. Minecraft as well. Jacob says, not shaming, that's impressive, lol. Oh, okay. I didn't think it was shaming. I was just being like, it's not that serious. It's like, it's not that impressive because I didn't really do a good job of expending and exploring. If I took more time exploring and trying to get through different things, then I think I would have taken a lot longer. I'm still playing it though. I haven't cleared everything. I haven't done the 100%. I haven't unlocked everything. Hotboxing says, they're like two brothers. Dwarf Fortress? Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is a good example. There are a lot of games that are made with love. Here, I'm going to snooze for a little bit. Snooze the ad because it was about to come up. Let's see. Mythical says, how many sales would you want to consider this to be successful? How many sales? I guess this game I would probably release it at $9.95. 40% off. Like, no, $9.95 original price, but 40% off for the release. So, I mean, we'll have to at least justify my hourly work. So if it takes like 3 months or 4 months, and roughly speaking, let's say that's like, I want to be like, okay, well, I want to be paid 1 year's worth of work so that I can do another 1 year of development, let's say. And, if we're thinking like where I am living, I would say, here's it. Let me pull out a calculator here real quick. And this is before tax, right? So if I can pull 40,000 sales, that would be like the goal. Wow, so low. Yeah, 40,000 sales on indie game, my first launch. Can you imagine? No. But I mean, if I get like 1,000 sales, I think I would say my first launch was kind of successful for an experience. But realistically, I definitely want 40,000 sales at least. Soy Griff says, do you have any thoughts on DoD? Not really sure what that is. Can you share what DoD means? Kane says, lol, I was about to call out Star Citizen. Yeah. Mythical says, what would you say is a successful game release? It really depends on personal goal. I would say the real measure of success, in my opinion, would be, I mean, there's two ways to measure it. And it's the same thing as commissioning, right? Considering how many hours you spent on the game, does the game release pay for it? At least as a minimum wage. That would be like the standard. And oftentimes it doesn't. And that kind of gives you the idea of how much time you should spend on a game as well. I feel like that's a good goal. And then the next type of goal would be if your goal is for this sale to cover your next project, then that's another good goal. So not just does it cover the base amount of time that you spent, but it covers the runway for the next project. That's the second goal, I think. And then the third goal is obviously paying not the project, not the amount of hour you spent, but what you would consider a healthy salary for next few years, or 1 year, 2 year. I mean, it's up to you in terms of how you decide that. I feel like that's the scale I'm thinking of. Now, of course, if you're just like, okay, well, I already have a job, I just need a side money, and this is like good hobby, you know, any sale is healthy. But at the same time, I say one sale, 10 sale, 100 sale, 1,000 sale, 5,000 sale, they don't make they don't make any difference in your life, I feel, depending on how much the game is. But that amount of sale doesn't really make a difference in how you carry out your life. Your life remains the same. It's just that you've now released a game, which is okay, which is a great thing to have. It gives you an opportunity, credibility to talk about it. But I think realistically speaking, some sort of like amount of sale that allows you to change and shift your lifestyle, either going full-time game dev from hobbyist, or start being able to start the next one, is probably ideal and would be considered successful. Otherwise, it's like anything below that is like average, I feel. But, I could be just out of touch. Allman Griff says, have you got any thoughts on data oriented design development? I don't know what you mean exactly, but that's what I do, I want to say. What I mean by that is when I try to system design, a lot of my games happen to be pretty strictly MVC. Not strictly, but I try to run it as an MVC because my experience is that source of truth is always a problem, right? The problem with game is that game really likes to touch everything. So everything is connected by everything. Everyone wants to call, quote unquote, the data service. So then if you have a lot of duplication of the data across different stacks of the program or the game, you end up having source of truth problem. But at the same time, if you say, okay, well, here's one data source, and this is only place you can get it from, then you also get into the problem of bottlenecking the class and execution. So I don't know. I mean, it has pros and cons. I really think I choose that decision based on, based on the game. Allman Griff says, I see. I used MVC when I started out on Godot too. Yeah, MVC is a good start to think about, but like between ECS and MVC, I mean, they all I have problem with both. Like I try not to be so strict on like certain design pattern. I really just have to question like what does the game require? And I try not to over engineer it or over compartmentalize functions and goals of objects, because I've been negatively impacted by both situation. Ullman says, I now use DoD. I feel like it's better for bigger games, but it is just too much work for smaller games and gems. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into the DoD to see what that actually entails, how it differs. But I do think that the servicing oriented design might work pretty well in game design. Not to say service as in like API service, but like having like objects and data be invoked globally through a service, but then like the service itself handles memory management of each thing. That might help a lot, because the problem with both the ECS and MVC and utilizing global signals and all those things, there's some implication of the data that you don't really manage efficiently memory wise. So Griff says, yeah, check it out, it's pretty good, and it's not that different than MVC. Yeah, from the names I figured that it might be not too different. I'll try it out. I'll check it out. Maybe it's something that I can make video around. Since you can later on abstract into multiplayer and JSON pretty easily. Oh, Is data oriented as in like it's like data configuration oriented? I mean, I use resource as like a lot of the. Okay, so here's the thing. Well, it depends. I'll look at it. Maybe I'm not going to assume what it means. Like sometimes, like I forego scripting over data structure, right? Like I have arrays of move sets, and move sets have arrays of impacts and effects to describe what they are. Interpretation of that data is what the action is. So then most of the logic is embedded in the data itself, and you can reprogram by configuration change, which is really nice and which is really good for networking because you can just send those packets and information as opposed to figuring out the interpretation. But my problem is that sometimes order sensitive configurations are a little tough to manage as a data. But that's my only experience with it. Oldman says, yeah, basically I don't do scripts. Like for example, if I make ability, it's not a script. It's yeah, that's what I figured. So here, let me show you. So I have this right here. So my enemy has move sets, and the move sets are these array of moves called AI component resources. And then I define what kind of attack it is. It has a range, and it also has the effect that the move has. And then the interpretation of that and how I decide to display it, how I decide to compute that is up to the program. But whenever I am adding a new action, so to speak, I don't have to program it. I thought this was great. I was like, oh my gosh, I can do this. This looks great. And so I'm doing it, but I'm in the middle of considering like, should I change this? Because the whole like when you have to do something more like animation or like visually sensitive stuff or like time sensitive stuff, like timing wise, it becomes a little bit messier, I realize. And it's really good for turn based or like network stuff. But once you get into the like whole like action packed things, it becomes a little bit harder to manage from what I can tell. Ullman says, yeah, that's a great example. Yeah. Fire says, I've like written my system so often by now. I feel like in game dev code needs to be so flexible all the time. I mean, that's the caveat of game dev. It's like depending on what your game does. Depending on what your game does, you have to choose. I mean, that's just software in general, right? You can't be like, oh, this is what I'm gonna do all the time. And that's why in one of my videos, I was like, yeah, we need to figure out our requirements. What does, cause when I have one-on-one with people all the time, when people are like, okay, how do I start system designing this? I'm like, hold up, let's take a look at what your game is. Hey, thanks for the follow, Vile. Because like, first of all, I need to understand what the purpose of your game is. What is the feeling? What is the mechanic? What is the core fun that is immutable to you? And then everything else around it is changeable. And because those things are changeable, now we can say, let's make a system that locks this core value in, but this other flexible part to be more generically applicable. Because only then can you actually make a system where you don't have to re-architect all the time, I feel. Let's see. Oldman says, yeah, the visual stuff is complicated if you need the editor. Yeah, it's true. Fire says systems, star. I do animations 100% with code. Oh, I see. I mean, that makes sense. But yeah, I can see why a lot of people won't like that law. Yeah. I think anything that's like, for example, let's say I have a move action that's not just purely turn-based, but it's like you have to define frame by frame hitbox, let's say. Making a data oriented making that data oriented is kind of pain in the butt. I mean, you could argue like you can make a node with that and then use that instance packed version of that node as the data value. I guess you could argue that, but you know, Fire says, in web dev, I don't remember touching old code so often. Yeah. In corporate deving in general. Viola1 says, what do you mean by 100% in code? Is your game just moving boxes or something? I mean, sometimes it can be done. Like once, like I think he means like once you set up, scaffold all the logic in. Let's see. We're having some fun conversation here. On YouTube, I missed some chats here. We talked about successful game. Bone Circuit, hi. Sorry I missed you. Welcome. Hi. Hey, I saw your chat before. I know your comment. I know your comment. I know what you said. I haven't answered. Anyways, Bone Circuit said, I isolate everything like Lego. It's only when my business partner introduces business rules where I have to write some instant pasta. My Omega pull down terminal, for instance, is one script. No includes, no requirements. I can slap it into any project and hook up some API code and it's done. All the other atypical code work out of the box for every game. Oh, interesting. I mean, if you figured out ways to like templatize yourself that way, I mean, that's always good. That's my dream, by the way. I mean, recently Kubel joined my Discord and now I have DM connects. I don't know if Kubel's here right now. Kubel, I want to talk to you. But anyways, I have this dream or like concept of like doing a template with other content creators. Like it's like, hey, we made a template together. Let's do a game jam with it type of thing. Could be fun content. So that's what it reminds me of. Kane says, I mean, you should also prefer composition in OOP. So it's not that different, except where the registration of class or variable lives and objects are more expensive than structs. Yes. But I mean, that's the kind of like the trade-offs that you're always constantly thinking about. And that's why I prefer JSON and like simple data structure that are more like text-based. And then I go to resource, but then a lot of times when I'm like, okay, well, some of the game logic needs to be baked into the configuration, then I have to be like, now I got to make a node. Like, how do I do that type of thing? Kane says, yeah, that's configuration, but can be done in OOP and DoD. Probably my previous point is the biggest difference. I see. I'm going to have to look into it. Bone Circuit says, at the end of the day, your OP is flat when it goes through the assembly layer, as long as you can manage. Yeah, well, once again, this is why I say all these things with big like asterisk mark. What is your game? What does your game need? What's the scope of the game? How often do you need to change, or how often do you anticipate that you need to change certain parts? And then we make best guesses. I don't think there's one size fits all. At the end of the day, can you manage it? That's probably big. Hotboxing says, Kubel is the man, been in Discord like 2 years. Oh, nice. Yeah, I like Kubel's content too. And I think we chatted for the first time the other day because Kubel was on my live. But either way, I'm thinking about, I've been asking around being like, is there any other tutorial / like Godot content maker that wants to do these, like, because there's this like whole nightmare of like Blackthorn Prod of doing the whole like, hey, 5 devs created a game without communication kind of trope, right? I just was wondering like if we can do 5 devs make a template together that you can use. And so it's like it delivers value for people. It's like, okay, this is like a starter package. And then you get to see it being used where, you know, people are game jamming with it, like the content makers are doing it. Could be fun. Bone Circus says, you should make a content management system that delivers the interactives. The world needs more front page portals. I try to avoid containerizing the data as it can be injected, however, when it's just code and included. There are less attack vectors. I grew up with data, so it's not a problem to store everything as ASCII. My audio patterns and song data is a GD include. This avoids all the JSON CVE. Hey, Hypnotic, thanks for the raid. Wow, you ended before me. This is a rare opportunity. Here, let's give it a shout out to our Godunts. Welcome, Godunts. How are you? Are you launched? Are you launched and making money? Metadona says, "G'day, Hypnotic." Yeah, we all know Hypnotic. Would it overlay work? Nice. We're trying to finish out debugging, but I got distracted by some system architecture conversation here, which is fun, by the way. I'm not complaining. Lot of opinions. A lot of opinions. Okay, so I see some conversation. That's fine. You guys are having a good time. Ullman says, I don't recommend DoD for visual stuff unless you find it easier. For most people, the editor is just better and easier. Yeah. Also, it really depends on who you're working with. So something that I had to deal with when I was working in corporate is that all your users are not necessarily at a same or similar level of technical capability. And sometimes you do have to build for the lowest common denominator without hindering the most skilled user. And that is a UX problem. And that one is a very interesting problem to solve. One circuit says defensive game code or totally moddable code are the two ends of the vector. Yeah, for sure. Defensive coding, that's why you got to define your game first. That's why you got to define your game first and then make decisions. Hypnotic says, demo will be out soon. I'm excited. Is there a wish list that we can make? Drop a link, if so. As you do. And then we'll share it. You know what, Hypnotic? Come to our Discord. Share your My Game progress or showcase. I'm sure people would love to see it. Look, I'm forcing you to join my Discord now. Anyways, okay, I got to really debug this. Okay, so all right. So if I move up here, shield up, that's fine. Da. Okay. And then if I enter now, we're going to do the first melee attack. And then we're waiting, and then the range attacker comes through. Bone Circuit says, congrats. Bone Circuit on YouTube says, congrats for Hypnotics Games. Yeah, Hypnotics Games. Congrats on the release here. I'll also share the link on YouTube as well. Go check it out, everyone. He's been working on this for a while now. I do have to say, how many games have you published on Steam before? Is this your first? Request access. It's a bobble shop. Coming soon. I'll add it to my wish list. I have to log in. No, thank you right now. I'll just remember the bobble shop simulator. I'll log into my gaming computer and then do that. Hypnotic says, I'm actually migrating away from Discord. Right. That makes sense. Yeah. A lot of us are trying to figure out, but it's so hard to migrate, especially as a content maker who already has a community. Migrating a platform like that is such a hassle. Olman says that too. For a lot of visual stuff, I actually do. No, I already read that. Or did I already read that? But include lots of buttons and sliders in the editors. For example, I had to build a card game's hand and I needed to fine-tune sizes, animations, and all kinds of stuff too. So I just added that to Manager so the designer artist could do it from there. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you do have to do that. I do kind of enjoy that part of the work too. I do that even for our solo game development sometimes because I'm like, sometimes I just put on my designer or UX designer thinking cap on. I'm like, I don't want to touch code. Hypnotic says, and still need to update the trailer. Might do that this week instead of starting to work on the full release. I see. Oh, it is your first. Great. We're all releasing games this year. Great. Congrats. I'm glad to see it. Okay, so the problem right now for me is that these little characters do little attacks now. But when they're attacking the same tile, the second one just stops working. And I have a feeling it has to do with unresolved 08. So I'm just kind of going through it, trying to figure it out. Handle attack. Step into it. We got applied damage effect. It's going to do handle AoE attack here. Player info has been retrieved. Body is not null, right? Yep. We're gonna do the little poke. Gonna grab the affected tile. Target tile is -1, which is positioned right here. Grab the tile. Tile exists. We're going to wait on tiles animations to finish. So I'll do that right here. Queue that up. Oh, yeah, queue that up. We're going to include that onto the pending nodes. A single tile. Come down here. Is a target tile where the player is? Yes. So we're going to inflict damage on the player, which didn't really do anything. And then we're going to start the board effect animation and resume. Disconnect callback. Pending. Okay. Wait, that worked. Hello? Hold on. Is it because, did it work because I slowed it down? I think it worked because I slowed it down. So if it goes fast. Wait. The bug's gone. What? Hold on. Hold on. It's one of those bugs where as soon as you do debugging, it starts working. Wait, it just works now. Did I change it? Did I fix something? Wait, I don't remember fixing anything. No, I didn't fix anything. What? I'm flabbergasted. Ullman says, do you ever use AI for game dev as in code? No, I haven't done that yet. I think closest I've gotten is scaffolding some shader code with some questions with AI before. I'm not really good with using AI, I have to say. When I say good with it, I mean like, I don't know. I feel more efficient doing it myself. Let me put it that way. Okay, so let me see if I can beat these guys. First of all, I'm going to put this up. What is the ticket here? Stack of armor. Yeah, I just implemented armor. So stack of armor prevents a single instance of damage. Number 39. Armor prevents single instance of damage. And then the next one I wanted to do. Hold on, actually. It's getting late, actually. I just am realizing what time it is. I have been using T for exact time that is should be for local time zone. Let me try at time command. How do you use at time command? Oh, I can just provide it. Hold on, I'll do this. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted here. Sorry, everyone. I'm handling my weekly call for people as well. All right, everyone. Sorry. Next weekly will be hold on. What's the time here? Sorry, everyone. I just need to do this before I forget. 26. Okay. All right. Sorry. Paper Cute Wee says, oh, Cute Wee. What game apa ini? I'm gonna assume that means what kind of game am I working on, or what kind of game is this? It's a little tactical roguelike RPG thing going on where you have this like action count, you have to attack things, the enemies do this thing, you can hover over the enemies to see what they're gonna do next. Okay, it's bugged. It's bugged now. The arrow guy is stuck now. So I do think that has to do with like some sort of animation execution here. Interesting. So it's like bugged half of the time, which I'm not happy about. Bone Circus is met girlfriend bug coding horror number 27. No. So I have my 30-day Godot course thing, and as part of the course, for people who have purchased and joined the course, I have a weekly group meeting, and I was like trying to figure out the timing for that, and it was supposed to be next week this time 6:30, but then I think there was some confusion, and we're trying to not figure it out. Trying to make it so that it's not today. All right. Anyways, so that's some of the things that's happening here. Let's see. Samikin's now having a raid message. Hi, Godunts. So he says, "How are you, Ezra? I haven't been around in a couple of weeks. I see you got a haircut. Very spiffy. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, I have gotten my haircut. We're chilling. A little sick. I'm coming back from a little sickness here. I'm trying to close out here, actually. So I don't know. I got to milk this new amount of viewers so that I can get my average viewer count up. But I guess if it's not 70, it doesn't really matter. Olman Griff says, there's definitely some truth to that. What? What are we talking about? Vile said, I heard of some study that showed that a lot of devs think AI is making them work faster when in reality it actually made them slower. Oh, yeah. That was like a research that came out like, I think it was like 2 months ago or 3 months ago. I remember that one. I think some people just get impressed by the AI on Discord. Yeah, no, I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, there's like the initial part of the output. Like, you're sacrificing a certain part of thinking, which you will have to do anyways. And then, like, if you didn't think ground up on certain aspects, it's harder to figure out somebody else's thought type of situation. So, yeah. But alas, here we are. Okay, so that bug. What do I think is happening? My current theory is that okay, you know what? I'm going to get it to reproduce first, and I'm going to see if it triggers the same person. Okay. Okay. Let me put a shield on it. Okay, I need to figure out what it just randomly does it. All right, let's see. Move up, armor. So annoying. What if I do this? Maybe I'm imagining it. Fanny Slam, thanks for the Godunts. All right, well, I guess that's it, huh? All right, next up. I did implement armor. Ooh, I got to do actual victory conditions now, right? Let's see. Do I have that as part of the ticket? Combat demo from tester. We don't have that. Let's do victory condition so that I can actually have the satisfaction of beating the game. So let's do victory, defeat condition, victory condition triggers combat configuration restart. Defeat condition triggers restart as well. Make sure victory and defeat is signaled out of combat driver. There you go. This one is my prototype MVP. Okay, so we're going to do some conditioning here. So when is the appropriate time to decide the win and loss condition? I think at any state, I believe we should probably immediately transition to defeat. If I'm trying to be like, is that going to mess with the state? Like the other state variables? Potentially? Not sure. It's not a board state. Combat state here. Defeat. Class. I don't even need the class name, but class name, defeat, combat state, extends, combat state node. And I need to implement the on enters and updates. I guess the defeat transition should happen. I think I'm going to make it so that it happens on... Well, I can't export everyone, can I? I mean, it almost feels like it should be... Should it even be a... no, it should be. Okay. So on defeat, we're not going to have anything yet. We'll have a victory as well, which later will be a reward center, right? We're going to provide reward there. Combat state, victory here. I don't even need to do all that. I'm just going to copy and paste this. There's going to be victory combat state. Do something. Let's see. Vile said, how easy is it to put my Godot project on GitHub? It was pretty easy. I mean, if you're familiar with just doing Git repository thing, but also even if you're not, there's like a really good instructions everywhere, so it shouldn't be too difficult. All right. So what we want to do here at any point, except start combat, I guess during player turn, because during the player turn, player does like actions and stuff like that. We want to... Oh, I know what I'm going to do. The combat state node could also have just like a... Since it's like a parent, we'll have is player defeated check, which will just basically grab the controller, board state, and right now it's going to just simply get the player info and check on their health, right? Which is pretty simple. And then is enemies defeated. Seems like a bad English, but whatever. This will be return combat controller, board state. Okay, for dead enemies, I don't think I would clear the board, right? I feel like the data should remain there and then just have a state as like either defeated or health equals 0. Right? Is there going to be like revive logic? No, but I think there has to be some sort of loot logic. Nah, probably not. We'll figure it out later. I'm just going to say if the enemy info is empty, then enemies are defeated. Now, what that means is that when during the inflict damage, right? That's under the controller. When we're inflicting damage to the enemy target and we're updating the target information, if the target's health is less than 0, then we're probably going to remove it. Update enemy info here. This is for the board state, which triggers it. I guess that should happen here. When the update info comes, well, should all 0? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so I do a lot of thinking. Verubi says, Godot works very nicely with GitHub. Most files are text-based rather than binaries like in Unity. Yeah. I mean, it's okay. One thing that I didn't notice was the resource indexing is still weird when it comes to version controlling. So sometimes if you just resave your scene without making any significant changes, sometimes it still is detected as diff. If you ignore that change and don't push it in, then the new fetch of that project can get really messy. I had to make some manual reference updates before for a project that got really messed up, and that was kind of scary. Just an FYI, the scene file can get really messed up depending on how you're pulling the resource, and Godot engine itself doesn't know how to resolve that. Last time I checked, at least. All right, when I'm updating the info, I suppose, I don't know. I send the info here, right? It's emitting self, meaning I'm emitting the board state. And I believe the display is self. Display, combat board display. When it receives that the enemy info changed. Oh gosh, I really gotta stop here. Verubi says, do resource UIDs fix that? I think so. But I don't know if they internally changed that for all the hidden part. So like the resource reference within the scene, like within the code, you can do UUID for yourself. But within the scene itself, I don't know if they made a change to make it use UUID or not. You can test it. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if it does. That's my answer. I don't know if it fixes it or not. I mean, you would think that it would, but there's some like auto scripting that makes like spacing also weird and stuff like that. So who knows? Who knows? Okay, so when enemy info changes, I grab the enemy info and then I try to update the enemy info here. All right. Get instance ID. I grab it. Enemy bodies. Okay, so I need to do one where basically if the existing body doesn't have the... Okay, it's updating a single enemy. I suppose... maybe I shouldn't do empty here then. Enemy character. For now, enemy character would, when it's updating health, I think this could be bad because I do need to queue free eventually. You know what? I think I'm going to do that. Actually, I'm trying to make a decision where I'm going to get rid of the enemy here. On enemy info change, board state, we're updating the enemy. Once the enemy gets updated, I suppose if enemy info, I just part of me don't want to queue free. I just want to make it invisible for now. You know what? I'm gonna do that. I keep changing my mind here. Flip flop, flip flop. If health, if value is less than or equal to 0, then visibility will become false here. And obviously that just means that other way around. So I could just do this. It's only visible if the health is greater than 0. So that means dead characters will automatically disappear from visual field. I don't have to do any other resource thing. Only thing I need to change is the logic behind what's considered defeated, which will be just one of these things. Filter info, or it's not like that, is it? It's more like this, right? Return info, health is greater than 0, is empty. There you go. Boom. So if there's a 0 character info that's above health 0, then enemies are defeated. Cool. For now, we'll make it so that we get tree, reload the scene. This could work terribly, potentially, but we'll see. So during the resolution, oh, we want to transition when enemy action sequence is done. So when we start, okay, I gotta get rid of this tab. Var action sequence complete, which is false. As soon as we start, we set it to false here. If not already, handle attack. We're waiting on things. Once it's all done, we're going to set this to true. We're going to do this as well at the end. Just las hurrah. Okay. And this is what we're going to return. And then compute AI action here. During resolution, if this is this, that, we're not going to wait on anything. If is enemy defeated, we're going to go to victory here. Otherwise, we're going to go to defeat. If is player defeated, we're going to go to defeat here. And then this could happen during player turn as well. On update, priority on defeat and victory. Kane says, at some point you will get used to it and start coding it your day job as at 32 font size. Hey, look, now I can't, like, I actually cannot, if I go like this, it feels too small now. I feel like I'm making my eyesight worse by making it this big. Hey, but look, I am a content maker and people have spoken, and they said they want it this way. All right. All right. Something that I didn't do, by the way, I didn't make it so that the enemies with 0 health. All right, you. Hey, the arrow maker has died. Hey, yo, kind of. Um, Wait a minute. The bug is back. Did that have to do with the attack? It does have to do with the attack. If I attack, something happens. Um, Val says, this is the first time I've watched a dev stream where I can actually understand what's going on. I think I'm actually learning. Oh, great. I love that. I would say I love teaching. I love teaching, but at the same time, I'm surprised that my gibberish speaking is something that you can keep track with. As I'm pleasantly surprised. Thanks for the follow, Ruby, by the way, if I didn't already say it. Vile says these placeholder textures are amazing. Thanks. I was like, how do I do this as fast as I can while trying to make sure everything makes sense, that I can recognize it. Let's see. Hold on. There's some YouTube chat here. Bone Circus says spent 2 weeks on point cloud data with Gaussian splats, 3DGS, worked on converters, E57. I'm not sure what E57 is. To apply with split data. Apple drops a depth map model 60-ish days ago and obliterates all that work in one command. Great. You know, sometimes platforms does work for you. Gaussian splattering is very cool tech, though. Okay, so at some point you will get used to it and start coding at your day job at 32 font size. Lol. Yeah, true. I also zoom closer every 5 years. Kappa. What? Oh, you mean every 5 years you This is my new workspace, everyone. I wonder if I can actually handle doing this. Only problem is that is there Oh, there is. Okay. Okay. Only problem I had with the zoomed in work was that this scrolling horizontally. I didn't know the short key for it, so like that is very inconvenient. But now that I know that I can just hold shift to do this, I can do it at any size. I have been supercharged, everyone. I think I'm at 175 though. Kane says, "Oh geez, yeah, it's great for the stream. Hey, at least code is properly debuggable. Try to debug blueprints variable in a context where you should be able to see value is just not defined, but it's there if you print. It's just so bad. I really should take a look at C. You really should. Like you're like handicapping yourself on purpose. I feel. Or, there's no reason for it. It's not like you don't have the ability to understand. Codewex says, now I remember my teacher's words that all lines of the single function should fit into the visible part of the monitor. Well, hey, what if I'm like visually impaired? Come on. That's awfully ableist. But with 40 pixel font size. Yeah, exactly. That's why I have this line. I use this line as my guidance typically. Otherwise, it's whatever. Vile says, I don't get why some people try to fit as much text on the screen as possible, like 4K monitor with tiny text. I don't know. I think it's probably some sort of OCD, I would say. Okay, so hold on. Just a second. If I attack as a first move, the arrow folks just stops working. Does it have to do with my update? Might. Hold on. Controller here. Inflict damage. Well, I mean, it's. Oh my god. That's so bad. I'm replacing the whole thing instead of just updating the ones that. My goodness. Okay. All right. I have to think about this because I didn't specify saying that. Oh, this makes me mad. Okay. Oh, hey, Devi. Thanks for the what rating your YouTube? What does that mean on YouTube? Thanks for the 4th month's membership. I'm not really sure what rating means on YouTube, but thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, you that was your message. It was a custom message. I was like, what's going on? Is this a new feature? Solden says, that line was not where you pointed. Ha. Big thanks for having editor zoomed in. It is so hard to read text on videos otherwise. Yeah, somebody made a comment on that. In one of my biggest videos on YouTube, which is my how to make deck builder on Godot video, on the very first somebody posted, I can't see your mouse pointer nor your text. Please zoom in. So I made my mouse pointer huge, as you can see. And sometimes I can't tell what I'm typing because it covers my text. I have made this change since then. Kane says, are arrays reference type in Godot? Arrays are reference type. Yeah, it is. You could treat it as a reference. But I guess what I'm saying is I'm replacing. So everything is value interpreted. So I'm replacing the whole thing instead of just updating the ones that needs to be updated. So technically speaking, what I'm supposed to do, well, there's 2 ways to do it. I can get rid of the existing info. So I could be like for info in enemy info, if info get instance ID is equivalent to, and I don't even really need to do this honestly, because like it's reference. So it's like this thing doesn't matter. Oh, actually, that's not true. I provide copy. Wait, how does this work? How is the instance ID the same if I'm providing a copy? I'm duplicating it. Is this a bug? Is that not how duplicate works? They shouldn't share the instance ID if I duplicate, right? A little suspicious. Yeah, I don't think I have anything. Unless it's resource ID? Well, anyways. I'm just going to do it this way. Just to avoid any type of headache. It seems like the... oh, well, that's something I'm going to have to look into. Yeah. Hold on. That's giving me the creeps, I have to admit. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I mean, I could do keying. I could key it because otherwise it's going to be n squared. But it's okay because there's at most going to be 3 enemies anyways. All right, so don't worry about it, I guess. Everyone stop judging. That makes absolutely no sense. That makes me think that there's no point in doing this at all. Because I'm changing the original file anyways. Like, it's even if I don't replace it and just say, hey, the change has... Oh, I guess it does. I guess it does matter. Jeez. Apparently it does matter. Anyways, you know what? I'm going to do this later, actually. I have to go. I really have to go here. But I'm tempted to just... You know what? I'm just going to fix this. I'm going to fix this real quick. I'm going to do it with the assumption that the instance ID hasn't changed, which is odd to me. It's odd to me, but we're going to do it. So this is what we're going to do. So bad. We're gonna remove the... hold on. There might be a better way to do this here. I'm gonna do this here. Ready? I'm gonna do enemy dictionary. And then we're going to have a dictionary of into enemy info here real quick. Wait, hold on. Isn't that what that is anyways? No, it's not. Okay. And then we're simply going to go through all the info in enemy info. I feel tilted. I feel like I'm doing this. Devi says, back on this side. Welcome back. Welcome back. Just in time. There's enemies map. We're going to put the info instance ID to enemy info for now. Info for now. And then for updating info, we're going to just replace the instance ID key, which shouldn't be the case, but whatever. Like so. And then we're just going to grab enemy info equals values. Like so. I think that should work. I'm a little creeped up by what this might mean. And it's giving me, I feel unsettling feelings here. Okay, it's a little bit too zoomed in. We got a little too excited with the zoom ins here. Davey says, sometime, okay, like I need 4 more for this stream. You can give us subs, but I'm about to end the stream here in a bit, by the way. Okay. All right. Fixed. Bug has been fixed. Beautiful. And let's see if I can actually kill things. Okay. All right. Almost there. Hey, thanks for the gifted sub, Devi. Appreciate it. Okay, I just won. All right, victory condition done. A lot of bugs are fixed. That is a 5 gifted sub. Congrats everyone who got it. Thanks for the gift. Thanks for rushing and expediting the gift. I have to get going. It's getting a little late, actually. Resolves. Not $, but number 40 here. Number 40, fixed enemy info update bug, replacing the entire data for a single enemy update. Also, victory and defeat detection restarts the game. Boom. We got it. Tricky says, damn. Devi says, I love my goal for the stream. Woo! Congrats on meeting your goal of supporting me. I appreciate it. It's great. Oh, hey. Thanks for another. Wow. Devi's just on a roll. I appreciate it so much. This is how we live. This is how we live. Devi is keeping me away from big tech corporate. doing the God's work here. Hotboxing says thank you. Devi says, oh, I was over by 2, lol, 3 next time. Wow, just meeting that requirement. Such a great participant here. Tricky Lady says, and not for the Tricky Lady, of course. Oh, specifically to Tricky Lady. Oh, look at that. Hey, what language is this? I don't know what your name is. Lalo. This is GD script. It's very Pythonic language from what I hear. Tricky says, same, everyone else is lying about the hour. What hour? Not sure what's going on. The Nutcracker TV on YouTube says, "Hi, super new to Godot and this programming thing in general. I really don't know where to start. May I kindly ask for advice?" Okay. Well, first of all, somebody was asking this earlier. If you go on YouTube, okay, I'm going to give you two answers. There's a free answer and there's paid answer. Paid answer is special because it's my course. I have a 30-day course for complete beginners, and I still teach what do you call coding concepts so that you can eventually become a coder, and that is available on my description. So if you're on YouTube, which you are, on description there's a link to 30-day course, but it is $49. But it does come with weekly class call, some personal guidance. People who have taken it says it's good, so we'll see. Otherwise, Brecky's channel has this make a game tutorial, this one, and then later on VFX. But these two are pretty solid. A little dense, but it's pretty easy to watch, so you can follow along with that. Otherwise, if you are familiar with reading technical documents, or if you're familiar with teaching yourself things by looking at reference books, if you go to the Godot documentation and go under Getting Started tab, there is this thing called Your First 2D Game. I think this is a really good place to start because you get to see the way that Godot engine intended for things to be and how it's viewed. So this is a place to be. Okay, those are some of the options: paid option, free options. Also, I've mentioned some of the other things. If you're really worried about learning how to code yourself and you don't know how to get started, first of all, try seeing if you can understand these things. If that's too difficult, look, my course is open for everyone. Anyways, we're going to rate out here right now. So let's do that. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'm usually here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, unless I have other things going on or I'm sick like last week. This week is day before Valentine's, so I don't know what I'm going to be doing. I don't know. I need a whole day before prep in order for me to do that. No. Let's see. Toaster is live. JD's live. I think, did we go to JD last time? I think we went to JD. So let's go to Big Boy. Otherwise, let's see. Vile says, "I'm so tired of video tutorials. I wish everyone made their tutorials in text." Ooh, you'll be happy to know. My tutorial, my 30-day Godot, hype chest. Thanks, Devi, again. But you'll be happy to know that it's like video and then fully text. And text describes what's in the video. Anyways, that's all. All right, Soldan says, "It is Thursdays now. What are you talking about now?" Sorry. I'll let you know. Come to my Discord if you want to have updates on when I'm going live and when I'm not going live. Bone Circus says, "Toots in the era of LLMS, stupid as a service." It really is, but, some people don't find that as... I would say teaching as a service feels silly when there's so many free stuff available, but there is a value on personalized training. So, but yeah, Bone Circus says, "Thanks for the show." Yeah, no problem. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to rate out here right now. Anytime now. Tricky says, "Hey Ezra, how brilliant are you at game dev? Is there anyone on Twitch you say is better than you?" Yeah, everybody else. Hypnotic. Yeah, like Hypnotic is great. Big Boy is great. Big Boy is very knowledgeable. I would say Big Boy has more relevant knowledge, I think. Like my knowledge comes from being a software engineer, which has its value, but it's not necessarily game dev related. I think Big Boy has more like personal game experience, in my opinion. Unless you weren't serious. No, nobody's better. It's just me, everyone. But yeah. Anyways, rating out. Bye, everyone. Okay, YouTube, you get a few more seconds here, I think, with me before I end the stream. All right, that's it. All right, bye.